Hi everyone. So in this video series, we'll learn about Python. So everyone knows like Python is a popular programming language, and you can create many applications. Its scope is very large. Like you can do web development, software development, and you can do machine learning, deep learning, artificial intelligence. So if you learn Python, it's become a generic purpose language. Okay, so you can create whatever you want. So you can create applications, you can create web applications. So you can create models, and deep learning models, machine learning models, and everything is possible with Python. So and also, if you want to go now, the recent trend is like generative AI. So if you want to go in those domains, and you have to know about one programming language majorly, you have to know Python. So that is the only language which will be helpful to so go to this AI space. So um, so in 2024, it's learning Python is obviously it's a very good skill, and also one of the best part is compared to other programming languages, Python is very easy to learn. You don't need to spend hours of time, and you don't need to spend days of time and months of time like that. So compared to other programming like Java, like C sharp or C++, or any other programming language, Python is very easier. And also Python has a very good community, so you can get a lot of support and insights from your peers, so you won't feel stuck. So if you face any issue, then definitely from the community you can get some help and support. So that's why it's Python is a very so lucrative skill. So in this series, I can tell you, so Python, there are different many ways to learn, but here we have to learn Python in a quick way, and at the same time in a effective way. So my mode of approach is like this way. Like, this is W3 schools. It's one of the website where you can get the content related to Python and other languages. And here I just, my preference is like it already structured in a proper way. So uh, so uh, so just I just want to give these topics, like these indexes, and what is this each particular topic and how it's going to be beneficial, and at the end each one how is going to be create an impact. So that is what the end I'm planning to uh, express. And so so let's see with this intro. You simply directly get into this site, like W3 schools and Python. If you search on the internet, you can get this site. Once you go there, this is the index and these things you have to follow. So let's go with the step by step. So in this first page, it contains like what is Python and what you can do and why you need to learn about Python, and what are the IDEs, integrated development environments, like so you need some editor to do this code. So what are the editors are available? So the PyCharm is one of my favorite editor in terms of Python development. So there are Anaconda, Jupyter Notebook, and Visual Studio Code is there, and Google Colab books are there. So everything are there. So you have to know, they clearly explain about these topics. And after that, so the next slide is about how to start with Python. So you have to install these things, and I can tell you how to install those Python in your system, and on how to install the editors and etc. I can share one link with you. So from that link, you can get to know like how to install Python or how to install editors. But for the learning purpose, you don't need to install anything. So you have these options, like so from this for the beginning and for the basic terms, you don't need to install any editor at this moment. But after once you're comfortable with this basic concept, then you can go with this installations and the software and everything. So this is the syntax. Okay, so Python syntax is this, like so if you want to print something in terms of Java, you'll give something like sys.out, println. In that way you have to import sys, and after that from sys dot out println, in that way it'll give some command. But in Python, so you just need to use this function print, and whatever content you put inside, that will be displayed on your console. And next one is like indentation. Indentation means like you have a, in terms of Java, in terms of other programming language, you have a structure like curly braces. You have to give some curly braces, and inside that block you have to give your content. So but in Python you just need to give some indentation. Indentation means space. Here you can see, after giving this condition and you're just giving this, that means this entire line belongs to this particular block. That is the intent of this one. So you can click on this, try it yourself, and it will open this. And 5 is greater than 2, suppose you can modify here also, like it, you can give 3, and 5 is greater than 3. You can run here, so it will display here. C5 is greater than C. In that way, if you want to use this space, then this means it is not in this particular block. So then it will give you then it will give you error. Why? Because this, if you given if condition, you have to mention this thing inside the particular block, but you are moving out of the scope, so then it won't understand. That's why you have to give one tab space. Here your choice, indentations space is your choice. Generally people will recommended to give one tab space, but it's your choice. If you want to give one two character space or four character space, that is nothing but one tab. It's your choice. But ultimately, you have to give some indentation. That is the overall concept behind it. And you can close this, and that's what they mentioned here also, syntax error. If you want to give the indentation space, you'll get some error. So this will also work fine. So here you given just only one character space, and here they given one, I think it's a two tab space, and still it works fine. But you can't give like this. Everything has to be in a particular in particular one order. So for one thing you can give one tab, so you have to maintain the same. So here this is one another, this thing is one block, and this thing is another block. That's why it's executing fine. Next, variables. So we know about variables, like so you assign some value to some thing, so that is nothing but a variable which stores some value. Simply it's a container which stores some value, and it will vary, it will change. So in this case, in general in Python, so you declare the, sorry, in Java you declare the variables in terms of you want an integer, then you clearly mention like int, and you given the variable name, and after that you assign some value to it. But in Python you simply directly take one variable and assign some value to it. In this way you can do, so you don't need to explicitly mention like the data type of that variable. You don't need to do those things. It will do by itself. Yeah. And in case you want to comment it, you have to comment like this. This is the hash symbol, so you have to use to comment this particular thing, so that you can give some comment whenever creating some functions. You have on the top of the function, you have to mention like what is the purpose of that function, how it's going to be useful. So in that case, and also if you want to, in your coding journey, in your in your editor, you want to write some script. So there you just need to um, so mention some points and etc, so that other person can read those content and understand. So then in that case, people generally use this comments. So it's a very good practice. And here you can do some exercise also. Here what they want to say, they want to see the outcome, so just you need to do the print and submit answer. It will check you correct. So in this way also you can do some exercises here. So it will be a good practice. After finishing this content, you just come here, just done these things. Okay. So so this is the way, and after that comments, and you can mention like this also. So this is nothing but comments. But in case like if you want to go with the multiple comments, okay, uh so you can't give for every line like hash hash hash, right? So in that way, what you can do, you can use this multi-line string. It's like three quotes, like three quotes. Whatever content you put inside, it will be the Python editor will understand it as a quote, like it's a comment. So in that way, you can give this multiple lines. Next, about Variables already told you, like it's a container which stores values, and here you can see. So this is the way, these are the ways you can declare the variables, and you can able to print. You can try it yourself, so in case here, if you want to give 3, so here you case you want to give some name, you can run it, and you can get the data like this. That's it. So casting, so type casting is one most important thing in programming, like you can convert one data type to another data type simply through this concept is known as casting, type casting. Majorly, 3 by default, 3 is an integer, so you want that 3 in a 3 number in a string format. So what you can do is directly you can put str of whatever variable you have. So if you, I mean, value you have, so you can give that, it will convert that into a string. So if you want some, by default it is a int of 3, by default it's a integer, so int of integer, it will be in int only. So float, suppose you have a 3 here, you want that number to be in the float format, then in that case you can convert that into float by using this method float. So that's it about these things. And case sensitive, so so you have to remember one thing. So if small a, suppose you've given one variable name as var, all in the small caps, and another, you created another variable that is in the form of capitals. So those are different variables. Those are not belongs to the same. That's the meaning behind it. So that's why it is a case sensitive. Case sensitive means whatever you given in the small letters, that is different. Whatever you given in the capital letters, that is different. So variable names is one of the most important things. So in your programming journey, so you have to give some meaningful names, and it has to make some sense. Otherwise, so you'll get some troubles, like you forget what is the intent behind that variable. So one of the best practices, like you can declare the variable in a such a way so that you can understand. Even though after 1 month you look at your code, and it will make some sense to you. So if you won't given that, so something like xyz or something like that, so it doesn't make any sense. So that's why it's better practice is, like you have to mention some. Suppose you are creating one application for the calculator, or let's take calculator, you have to declare, like you are creating one method name. So then in that case you can go with the def add. So the name itself indicating you are doing some addition operation there. In the same way, for variables also, you have to give some meaningful names. Like if you think about designing a car, so you can declare one variable as wheels. So you can assign some values to that, so that you can understand, okay, so this is a variable which is which deals with the wheels. So uh, so I hope it will make some sense. There are some syntaxes in the sense, there are some rules you have to follow before declaring a variable. So that is, it has to start with a letter or underscore character. It can't start with a number. Here you can see it is illegal. So you can't declare any variable in the form of a number, I mean in the beginning with a number, okay. So but in the end or in the middle, okay, you can add this number 2 or anywhere, so it's fine. So next, number, I mean the variable has to be in this format, okay. So whatever alphabets and the numbers like 0, 9, and at the same time underscore, these are the only things. You can't give any special characters, so this is the issue. Here you can see, if given some special character, it won't work fine. So these things are the basic uh, things. And camel case is there for declaring, initially it will start with the small letter, and after that it go to the capital letter. So that is a camel case. It's your choice at the end. So you want to go with a snake case, like after every word, suppose you are declaring one variable, it has a multiple words in that, and so for each word you have to separate by using this underscore, that is in a snake case. So it's your choice at the end. It's your choice how to use this variable, but your variable should make some sense. So if you declare those things in a meaningful way, it will be helpful for you in the long run. So you can assign, multiple variables in this fashion. X, Y, Z equal to this thing. So if you print this, X will have orange, and Y will have banana, and Z will have cherry. So you can declare like this also. This is a list. We can declare. I mean, we can go through those things in this section. So just to understand, like in this way, you can do assign multiple values. So this normal print function to whatever you given, so it will print that content. See, in this, suppose you have multiple values in it, so just you want to print that content, you can get the like this fashion also, x plus y plus z, so you can get this thing. You can close this, you can try this one also, you can put commas also. Here you can see, so x value is python, y value is z, is awesome is z, so that's why. So python is here amazing. Let's run this. Here you can see python is amazing. So that's it, guys. You can do this addition operation here simply. uh, See, now in this case, you may ask this question as that is a string, so that's why you are doing this string concatenation through this plus symbol. It's now it's these are the integers, that's why you it will calculate, it will given the sum as 50. But you can't do string and integer in the same way, so it will give you an error. So either you have to convert these things in a completely in a string, or you have to convert this thing you can't convert into integer. So that's why type compatible error will come. So you have to, in order to do some operations, both the things has to be in the same format. So next, global variables. This is like, see, suppose so global variables and local variables. These are helpful in whenever dealing with functions. Function means you have a block of piece of code which you want to access repetitively. So you can't write the same lines in multiple, so multiple times in the same code. So what you can do is, it's a easy format. You can declare one function so that whenever you want that function, you can just simply call that function. So in other programming languages also it was there. So mainly the agenda of this function is to reduce the reusable work. So simply it will reduce the reusable work. So in order to instead of writing the same piece of code multiple times, you can simply declare one function. You can define one function, in that you can apply the logic, you can write the logic. Whenever you need to you want to use that logic, you can simply call this function. That is the purpose of this function method. So whatever variables you declare outside of this function, that is a global variables, and whatever variables you declare inside this function, that is a local variables. Here you can see you given one x, that is outside. So you are calling this function, this is a local sorry, global variable, because you declare this variable outside of a function. Here you can see, so this x is a local function. So this one will try this one, so it will make some sense. So x given x variable, you declare one variable outside it has awesome, and they created one function. So what it was doing is, like, whatever value you have, so it was printing that, and you're calling this function here. So this function will go to this, and it will execute this line. So that's what's happening here. And try this one. So see, this is the main interesting thing. So you are calling one global variable is there, awesome. And in the local variable, this is a local variable. Whatever variables you declare inside a function, those are local variables. You give it as a fantastic, and you're calling this function. So what it will do, so it will call this function, whatever it was there it will execute. So that's why in the on the first go, Python is fantastic. This one is executed, not this one. The second line, so Python is dash plus x. X means this one global will come, because you are not at all going to this inside this function. So in this way, so local variable and global variable will make an impact. So global means it will work throughout the function, but if you declare anything with the same variable which is happening inside the function, it will override that. That's the concept of global and local variables. So here you can do one thing. Okay, so if you want to access the function, inside the function you return something, and you want to access this out of the scope also, then you have to declare this thing with the global keyword. So there are keywords are available, like int, float, so str, string, and so list those things in the same way. These global and so these variables are available. Those are the keywords. That means, and also one more thing. So in case you are declaring variables, you can't declare those variables in the name of these keywords. because it's already registered as a keyword, so you can't use that keyword because it has a specific purpose, so you can't use it as a variable. Here what they're doing is they're mentioning that variable x as a global, they're giving this x variable has a global scope. So whenever you call this x, it will execute fine even though it is not declared outside of the function. Here you can see, so I didn't given any x outside, but still it was working fine because it will take, because it's a global variable, so this variable has the scope throughout the code. So next you can do this exercise, so next, go to this data types. I already told you, so there are many data types are available. So these are the possible data types which is available in Python. So in case if you want to deal with the text type, text data, then that is nothing but a string. In new numbers, you have integer, float, complex. Complex is a, in mathematics we know about complex numbers, right? Which is a combination of real and imaginary. Suppose 3 plus 2i or 3 plus 2j. So j is a imaginary term, and whatever thing which is assigned before the plus, that is nothing but a real term, so real number. So 3 plus 2j, 3 plus 3i, so that is a complex number. And sequence, suppose you have a set of sequence, it will go in a fashion. So it will go on, have the multiple data. It contains, let's take, you have a multiple contents, you want to store that in a single container. So in those cases, it's a sequence data, right? In those cases you go with these data types: list, tuple, range. Mapping, you have a key and you have a value, then in that case we have to go with a dictionary. And set, bool means like true or false, so binary bytes, and so none. So these are the available built-in data types. So we'll go through it each one in this in the upcoming videos. So here you can see, so you declare directly, you want to see the what is the type of that variable, you can use this function type x, and it will return you the variable data type. Here in this case it's a int. Suppose I given this 5.0, I want to see this, and it will give you float because I given in the terms of points. So so yeah, in this way you can give. Here you can see, so the way they're declaring the variables, so this is a string, so in this way you have to declare the string in a double quotes. If you given like this, it's a integer. So if you given like this, it's a float. So it's a complex because it has a zero. So you don't need to give, suppose it's 1j, it is also complex because 0 plus 1j, it indicates like 0 plus 1j. 0 is a real term, and uh, 1j is a complex term. So complex numbers is a combination of real and imaginary, so j is an imaginary term. So this is a list, this is a sequence, you can see. So in this way you have to declare list in this square braces. It's a tuple, round braces. Range means it will generate the values like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dictionary, as I mentioned, it is a key value pairs. And set, in this way you declare the set. And so boolean is either you declare true or false. So these are the ways you can declare the, data types. Yeah. So suppose you want to set these things, so instead of directly assigning some value to these variables, you want to create, you can also do like this also. So simply you can, assign some data type to this variable, and you can give this thing. So in that way that will work. So we'll go to next. It's numbers. As I mentioned earlier, so we have only three numeric types, whether it's int, float, and complex. Int means the values which is assigned numbers, and float means like point decimal. It has a if it has a decimal, then it's nothing but a float. And the complex, as you know, has a both real and imaginary terms. So it might be, see, you can see here, it might be whole number, positive, negative, but it has to be without decimals. Okay, so these are the examples. And these are the floating point numbers, which has to be a decimal, that then it indicates itself as a float. And so scientific numbers also you can give in terms of with the help of e. So this is the way how to declare the complex variables. So j is the part imaginary term, so 3 plus 5 is a, so you can get. And type conversion, as I mentioned earlier, you can convert one data type to another data type with the type casting approaches. So here we're converting these values to this. You can just click on the try itself. You can see. So random is a see this is the way you have to use the package. Random is one of the package available in Python. So what it was doing is like it was importing that package and it was giving the values. So just see here. So what it was doing is like from within this range, it will give some random number. So suppose if I given something like 100, so within this 100 range, from 1 to 100, I can get some value. So you see now I got 85. So it will generate randomly. So that's the advantage of see now it has 80. So suppose you are doing some so lucky draw or something, so you want to take something, so simply you can use this random function. I'm just giving the applications you can do with random. So you can simply do this function. You can randomly it will give some value to you. You just need to declare, I mean, define the range from what is the lower limit and what is the upper limit. Within that range, whatever value you want to give, so that will come. So numbers are done, and after that casting, I already told you, you can convert from one data type to another data type. That is the purpose of casting. Next, these are strings. So strings is one of the most important data type. So we'll see these strings in our next video. I'll cover what are the strings and what are the different. There are many methods are available, like 20 methods are there. So if you know about those, like these uppercase, lowercase in this way, so the methods are available. So it's a very useful thing. So it's a very most important data type. So you have to know about thing in a complete way. So that's it for today, guys, and we'll see you in the next tutorial. Hi everyone. So in this video, we'll discuss about strings. So strings is one of the most important data types. So irrespective of any programming language, strings are most important one. So one of the major data type. So majority of the problems associated with strings. So if you're dealing with the text data, you have to know about strings and what are the methods available in the strings and how to solve those problems. So you have to be very comfortable with that. So let's see what is strings. See, strings are nothing but a text. Okay, so we have to assign this text in the form of a single quotes or double quotes. Okay, so see in this example they given this value hello, so it was enclosed in a single quotes and double quotes. If you want to print this content, we already seen about print method, how it's going to be useful and what is the outcome it's going to give. So same thing, so we have to use this single quotes or double quotes. And so you can assign content to the one of the variable. Okay, so in this fashion you can use I already discussed, I created last video, so I clearly explained like how to assign some values to a variable and what are the naming conventions you have to follow. So it's better to follow some proper naming conventions irrespective of this ABC or something. So you can give some proper naming conventions. Suppose you're dealing with cricket data or so cricket equipments or something, so you mention like cricket equipment equal to cricket bat balls or something like that. So it'll make some sense in respect of the CABC, so better follow that practice. So ultimately what here they're explaining is like you have to assign some value to one variable, so you can assign like this. So if you want to go with this multiple lines data, you have to go with this triple quotes, triple quotes. So you can see here. So see, you can't write the entire thing on a single line. Okay, so when the editor won't support, so the data will be very large, and at the time you have to go with this triple quotes. So that's what they're explaining here. And so so you can access the elements, characters, I can say, through this approach. Okay, so generally if you're coming from Java background, so you know about how to access the array is a finite ordered collection of homogeneous data elements. So the first element you want to access and the second element how to access those things. Similarly you can access the string. So you have to remember one thing, so in programming language the number starts from 0, not from 1. So the first character is 0, the next one is 1, 2, 3, 4, like that it will work. In this case they're accessing, they're calling this E, so F1 is E. So if you want to get the first one, so you have to put this a of 0, so it will give you h. So if you want to get the last one, you can access with -1, or you can simply count this 13 characters are there. If you put the 13 one, you can get, or you can access this thing through minus also. Minus is like this last exclamation mark. So this space and everything will be count. Okay, so this is also character. Space and everything is also a character. Suppose you want to access the each one character, you can use this for loop. So there are two loops. I mean, two loops in the sense, you can go with for loop or you can go with while loop. The difference between for loop and while loop is like, if you know how many iterations you want to do, then you go for loop. If you don't know how many iterations, then in that case you will go for while loop. I'll cover these things in the next videos regarding the for loop and while loop with the proper examples. In this case, I want to access the each every character, so that's why you're using the for loop. So this is a variable. This x is a variable. So whatever value elements you have in this content, so it will display like this. That's the advantage of this for loop. And this length is one of the function which will return you the number of characters which is present in a given text. So here it is 13. So whatever content you have, so in the content, uh, whatever data you have, that will be counted and it will return you that value, that number. So here you can check like whether this word is present in the given text or not. So this is this is a line, this is a sentence assigned to you. So you have to check like this word is present in this or not. So it will return you true. I mean, boolean values it will return, so true or false. So you can use this if condition also, irrespective of this I mean, if you want to go with the proper way, so you can use this if method and you can give the content in this fashion. You can get the results whether it's true or false. And in the same way, this will return you boolean values. That's it. You can try it yourself. You can check that it will return what or not. See, slicing is one of the most important things. Suppose you want to get this data like LLO. So in that case, what you have to do, you have to give like this. So you can try it yourself. See, you want, I mean, there is a text given to you. From that text you want to get only these parts. So how you have to do, so you can use this slicing technique. Okay, so you may ask this question, why 5 is there, so it's not included. So 5 won't include here, the outer one whatever you have assigned, that won't include it. That will be excluded from this thing. So ultimately what it will return is 2, 3, 4 characters. So 0, h is a 0, e is 1, this l is 2, this another n is 3, this o is 4. 2, 3, 4, that will return. So it was written in this. And slicing from the start, so you can start, so from the beginning onwards you have to get till this point. So then you can give the things like this. So it will return hello. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 hello, it will return this. So slicing to the end, so from the but from the beginning, from the index, from this point to till the end. So you have to assign like this. You can see here. So from this second index to till the end, so you'll get like this. So negative index, I already told you what is this and how to get this one. You can just click on it and then just try some trial and error so that you can get the clarity. So modify, so strings, there are many methods available. You have to know like what are the methods available and what is the purpose of each method, how these methods are going to be useful for you. So in that way you have to go, I mean, in that way you have to check. So see, this upper means like it will convert that string to uppercase. Okay, so this is small case letters are there, so that will be converted into uppercase letter. That is the purpose of this method. Simply whatever text you have, that you assign that text to a variable, and you can use this dot. If you put the dot, it will display all the methods. From that method you can choose whatever method you want to use. This is if you choose upper, it will convert that string to uppercase. That is the purpose. And lowercase also same thing, it will convert the text into a lowercase. Remove white spaces. Okay, so sometimes your text has this spaces and you don't want that spaces in the outcome. So what you can do, you can use the strip method. You have to remember one thing: strip method will remove the spaces from beginning or the end, but not in the middle. So whatever you have the spaces in the middle, that will come like that only. You can just click on try it out and you can observe yourself. This replace method is, so if you want to replace the character, one character with another character, you can use this method replace. And suppose here I'm using, I want to replace E with A, hello with hello. I can just simply run like this. You can see here, so hello world is converted into hello world. That is the purpose of replace. You can use a split method also. Split method means whatever data you have, that will convert it into, so a list based on the character you given to this. And here you given the comma, so based on this comma it was converted into different list with these things. See, suppose if hello world, my name is my name is something. So if I run split this, so whatever values which was comma is there now. So before that, that will be in one thing, and so whatever the things which is after the comma, that will convert it, that will be in the another thing. So in this way, the split method will work. So let's see this concatenation. Concatenation simply you can consider it as an addition. So you want to join two things, and then in that case you can go with the concatenation. So simply you can use this plus symbol. So hello world will be joined, and the result will be hello world. So here they we didn't given any space. So if you pass any space like this, that's what they discussed in the next thing. So here you can see, so they created one variable. They assigned this a and b, and they given one space there. So it will give you like hello and the space and world. So that is the purpose of this concatenation. So see, you have to remember one thing. So you can add or you can combine, so one data type, but you can't combine one data type with another data type. So in that case, if you try this, you would face some issues and errors. So because age is an integer, so this text is a string, so you can't combine integer with string. So either you have to convert this thing to string, then it will work fine. I covered one video. I mean, created one video on the different data types and content, so you can check that one. See, this format method is there. So suppose you want to, so display this content in this line. So in that case, you can go with this format method. So in this example, my name is John, and I am this format. This curly braces is given. This 36 will be present here. So you have to format. You have to use this method format. You have to pass that variable. That's it. That's how it will work. And see, it's not only restricted to one particular thing. You can assign multiple things, in this braces you can put. But the order is like whatever values you given in this order now, so that will be displayed here. So first braces will be with quantity, and next one is item number, next one will be price. So I want three pieces of item, this 567 for 49.94. That is the outcome you're going to get. So suppose you can pass this index numbers also, irrespective of the spaces. So in that case, this is quantity is a zero, item number is a one, price is a two. So I want to pay $49.95 for three pieces of item 567. This is the outcome. Yeah. See, these are the escape characters. Okay, so sometimes, you can't give the double quotes. And see, let's sometimes you are in a situation like you have to display the double quotes in the terminal, but if you give like this, it won't work because it can't understand. It'll take it as an invalid syntax because you used here to here, but again why you are using here. So it will take like that. So what in that case, what you can do, you can simply use the single quotes. Um, Beginning and the end, so that you can display this double quotes. Here you can see, oh shit, I have to print this then why it will work? I have to print this thing. I click on run, it will display the result. Here you can see. Suppose you want to display the single quotes only, then you can give like this, and here just give single quote, just give another single quote, just click on run. So it will display the single quotes. This is how it will work. So just I mean, there are many ways to solve these things. One of the approaches like just put some escape characters like this slash, so it won't consider it as a special, and it will consider it as a different one. So it will display that one. That is the purpose. You can read this thing and click on try it out, and so that you can understand. So there are many methods are available in strings. Okay, so capitalize is there, so it will convert the first character to uppercase. Caseful is there, it will convert the string to lowercase. Center is there, so just click on each method and you can try these examples. There are many syntax. I mean, different examples are available. Just click on this. So what it will do? So it will convert the things in a capitalized means if it is a capital. The beginning will be the capital, whatever text we have, the first character will be the capital, rest of the things will be normal. So that is the purpose of this capitalized method. Yeah, you can try this one also. See, the beginning character h, hello, h is capital, rest of the things will be small characters. Case whole, it will convert the string into lowercase. Okay, so whatever content you have, it will convert this entire thing into lower cases. For that purpose you have to use case fold. Now let's see another methods. Center is there, it will return the center string. Count is there, so it returns the number of time. See here, you are looking for apple, how many times it was there in the content. So if you give like this, it will return two. So you may ask this question: apples is there, why but it will take like whatever word you given, so it will check for that word how many times it was displayed there. So that way it will return that. There are many things are there, so you can give this like what is the start value, what is the end value. So in that way you can give. So in that case it will only search from this position to this position, it won't check the entire thing. So you can do this, you can do some trial and error so that you can get the clarity. So encode, and it will convert this entire string into entire text into an encoded version, and ends with these things will return booleans like whether it's a true or not. So suppose this entire text will end with exclamation or ends with full stop or comma. So in that way you can check and it will return the boolean values. And you can use this find. So if you're looking for one particular character in a string, so or particular word in a string, in this way you can do, it will give you the index number, so from which index number it started, so that data it will give. That is the purpose of this find. You can pass these parameters also, what is the beginning value, what is the end value. So these are the different methods. Okay, so see this is numeric, is ASCII, is this, these things will return boolean values. And it was just checking like whether it is whatever content you given, so whether it has both alphabets or numerics or not. So this method will do like that purpose, no. So it has both alphabets at the same time numerics, that's why it will return the boolean value true. So these are the purpose of all these methods. Like most of the methods, this will return some boolean values only, and it will check whether the string is an alphabet or not, whether the string is ASCII characters or not, whether the strings are digits or not, it was in the lower format or not, lowercase or not, whether the content is a numeric or not. So in this way these things is upper, is lower, so is title will check and it will return. And so the same thing, join is one of the important ones. So we'll see this one. So suppose the data is there, you want to join all these things, you can simply do this in space and you can try this one. It will return John Peter Vicky in this format. Suppose you want to join the content in this symbol, so with and symbol, so you can get like this. See, you can see here, so the first one is and second one is combined with this and this. So you can try different things and test, and so you can try these methods so that you can get the clarity. And is printable is already covered, and make trans is one of the most important one, so very tricky one. So it will convert this S into P, and after that you have to convert that into whatever text you have. You have to use this translate method. So the outcome is like hello Pam. Instead of hello Sam, it will convert into hello Pam. So yes, with the J, then it will return hello Jam. This way it will work. So just see this and you just try this and how it will work, and you can do some trial and error so that you can make some hands-on. So yeah. So these are like just whether it's from the right side it will check, and from the so from the last position where it's find or not. So right side from the right end it will check. So R just and L just means from the left side it will L just will from the left side it will check. R just means from the right hand side it will check. So that's the difference. Rest of the things are same. Split and so split means it will return select. So I mean whatever content you given, so by default it will, if you try to split, it will consider it as a space is the delimiter here. So see, so whatever space you have before that and after that will be in a list format. So that is the purpose of the split. Suppose I given this comma and here also comma, text dot split based on comma. I'm checking this. So based on the comma, so it will split the list. Here you can see welcome, and to the this entire thing will be in one thing only. The English is another thing. So that's how it will split work. It will at the end it will return a list. So these are the definition and usage of this and separator. How many times you want to split? These things you can try and you can check. This many times only I want to split this one. So they can give past this and you can give that number also, maximum number of times you want to split. Only it will split for the one time. So this entire thing apple will be one and rest of the things will be another one. So it won't try to look for another split. That is the advantage of this um, parameter here. So splitness and title, translate and upper. So you can simply go through this method and what is the purpose of this one, how it's converting this to this, and so these are the ASCII value. Okay, so here instead of in the previous example we clearly seen like str dot make trans of s with p we mentioned. So irrespective of that you can assign. So these are the ASCII values, and s ASCII value is 83 and p ASCII value is 80. So what they're asking is like they were changing this 83 to 80 and they're using this text and they're using this translate method. So that's how it's work. So make trans and translate the see this example. Both are important ones, so it will relate one with another. Yeah. So I think that's it, guys. And this upper and Z fill, you can just check and what is doing upper, convert a string into upper, and it will fill the zero values at the beginning Z fill. So these are the methods which are available in string, and I hope uh, you got the clarity related to string methods. So just solve this exercise. So you can go there. You can just string methods. These are the string methods, and you can check this string exercises. You solve these things and it'll be done. So in this way you can understand what is strings and how the strings are useful and what are the methods you have and how it will make an impact. And so next we'll cover booleans and next we'll cover this operators list. We'll go like this. So just follow this tutorial. It's very helpful, and W3 schools you can quickly understand instead of writing down the notes or just searching on the internet. And this will be, I think this is a very good approach. Just go through it. You can just Hi everyone. So in this video we'll discuss about Python booleans and Python operators. So first we'll see about booleans. See, boolean will represent either true or false. Okay, so it is very important. It is one of the data type. So in most of the applications, you face some conditions. Like, let's assume, so you're creating one dating application. So if the girls likes one guy, so what are the things? So in those kind of a scenarios, or if it rains, what you are going to do. So in those kind of a cases, so you have to aware of this boolean. You will use those boolean things there. So you have to remember one thing. So boolean is nothing but either true or false. That's it. So the data type has only these two things. So if you consider other data types, there are if you consider integer, strings, and those are different data types. It has a wide range of values. You can put whatever value, you can use numbers and everything. But in boolean you have only two things, either true, it's true or false. That's it. So here you can see this example. So so it was checking like these kind of a conditions. You have to write some programs, you have to write some codes. In those cases you'll put these conditions. Okay, so whether let's assume, so you are doing some obesity application. So if the person is overweight, what are the conditions, what are the things he has to follow? So if the person is underweight, what are the conditions you have to follow? So like these kind of a cases, like if the, let's take B is the weight of the average person, I mean weight of the normal person. If it is greater than that person, the patient, then what is the conditions he has to follow, what are the conditions he don't have to follow? So these kind of a things you have to use, you have to know about this boolean. So let's try this ourselves. Okay, see, it will, I told you, it will give you true or false. 10 is greater than 9, that is true, and it is not equal, that's why false. It's less, it's not possible, that's why it's given false. So a boolean will return you either true or false. That's it. In this case also, here what we are doing is, 200 is greater than, sorry, 33 is greater than 200. No, it won't come here, so it will come to else block. And so 33, so B is not greater than A, 33 is not greater than A. This will be the outcome. So in this way, this boolean operations will helpful. So see, what we have to do is, like, this will return either true or false. So that's it. So this 33 is uh, greater than 200. No, it's written false. Then if false won't exist, that's why it will comes to the next else block. So whatever content if which is present in the else, that will execute. So in this case, this print statement is given, so that's why it is executing. So see, we can also evaluate. Okay, so bool of something means if anything have some value, then bool will return true. That's it. So it will return true. Why? Because bool of something is, it has, hello has some value, so that's why it returns true. 15 is some value associated with that, so that's why it returns true. So generally, most of the value, whatever values you use, that will return true only. But these things you have to remember. Okay, bool of false means obviously it will false. Bool of none means it is obviously false. Okay, bool of zero means false. These are empty. Okay, so if you give empty, then it will return false. Here you can see. So if it is empty, or empty string, or empty tuple, empty list, empty dictionary, so none, zero, so these things will return false. So that's it about majorly Boolean. So I'd say it's simply, it's like true or false. That's it. So let's deal with operators. See, operators are used to perform operations, okay, on variables and values. Okay, so in our school and in our college, so we studied about different operators are there: arithmetic operators, assignment operator, comparison operators, logical, identity, membership, and bitwise. So in majorly in general applications, okay, so we use arithmetics and we use comparison, we use logical. So this bitwise and membership and identity, those are very rare. So majority of the cases we use this arithmetic and comparison is the most important one, so we use most of the cases. And logical also will do in the most of our code parts, but rest of the things are not that much important. And I mean, important in the sense, we won't use that in that much, so so normally we won't use these things. In special cases only we'll go for this bitwise and other operators. So these are the arithmetic operators. We studied about addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus, exponentiation, and floor division. So these are the way. This is the way you have to use. So you can just simply click on try it, and it will see. So 5 plus 3 is 8. So, subtraction, simple. Then multiplication, this is how we have to do. You have to declare this in, I mean, sometimes you can also declare like this: z equal to x into y. uh, Simply you can give print z. Just run it, so still it will work fine. So okay, in the same way, in same code only, you can do some addition equal to x plus y. So in this way, you can do in the print, you can pass this, and also you can print multiple things. So yeah. So that's how these operators will work. So addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Modulus will give you the remainder. Okay, so so 5 divided by 2. So 2 2s are 4, and so you'll get the remainder as. So quotient is 2, remainder as 1. So that's why modulus will return the remainder. It is very important. Modulus one is very important. Exponential, you have to do the powers. Okay, so 2 power 5. So 2 power 5. This is, that is 32. See, simply you can use this asterisk asterisk, and so in this way you can get the two powers. Otherwise, if you don't want to use this, you have to import from math. You have to import POW, power function. Then you have to pass the 2 comma 5. So in that case, it will work. This floor division is important, so it will return you the floor value. Okay, so let's assume, so generally it is 7.5, right? So 7.5, the floor value is 7. So if it is 7.9 also, the floor value is 7 only. So let's take it is uh this is a 17. Okay, okay, 3. Let's take 3. Then run. So floor value will return the, so whatever, even though if it is so 3 5 are 15, 2 3 5.6, still it returns the 5. So it will return the this so it won't comes to the fraction value. It completely eliminates, and what is the base value which is close to the floor, just seal and floor. Yeah, there are two functions will be available. One is seal and another one is floor. Floor means the bottom and seal means the top. So if you have a 7.1, the seal value of 7.1 is 8. So because you have to consider the top value, the floor value is like, even though if it is 7.9, the floor value is 7. So that is the difference between seal and floor. So these are the assignment operators. Okay, so equal to symbol, you can assign something. How we were declaring assigning variables. So you have to remember. I mean, you don't need to remember. This is another style of assigning this. So instead of writing this x equal to x plus, you can simply write like this. Instead of writing x equal to x minus 3, you can simply write minus equal to 3. This is the same thing with multiplication, division, and modulus division. This is the power symbol. So these things, this and equal to, this is important. So these are like so this is the and operation. Okay, x equal to x and 3. X is 5, 5 and 3. 5 means, you they in this binary way. So 5 is like 101, 3 means 011. So here you are doing and operation. And operation, what will both, 1 means 1 either. So in this case, I'm just explaining this. If both are 1 means 1, otherwise it's 0. So 0 0 1. So that is the answer you are getting here. So it was doing, basically it's doing AND operation. These are known as logical operations. We will do in our uh, engineering time, and I think school time also. So AND operation, OR operation, XOR. So logic gates. So based on that form, based on that scenario, so we're doing these operations. So here exactly what's happening is like 5, it was converting into 101, and 3 means 011. So it was doing the AND operation. Based on that, it was returning this value. That's it. The same goes to this OR operator. See, XOR. So this means like, so 5 means 101, 3 means 011. So our case means either it any one, if any both 0 means 0, otherwise it will 111. So 111 value is 7. So that's why you're returning 7. So how it's same, 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 square 4, 4 into 1 plus 2 into 1 plus 2 power 0 is 1 into 1. So that is total sum is 7. So that's why we're getting the 7 value. The same thing, this exponential operation, and so greater than, less than, equal to. So the same things will go here. You can try this. Will let you know. I mean, you'll get to know same things. So you can see this comparison operations. Okay, so whether both the variables are equal or not. These are the useful ones we generally use in our applications. So whether both the things are equal or not, that is what the symbol is doing. And not equal or not is greater or not, less than or equal to, or greater than equal to, or less than equal to, those things. And operators, I also told you, see, and operators is like this condition has to satisfy at the same time, this condition has to satisfy, both these things has to satisfy, then only the below statement, or I can explain with an example. So see here what they are doing. So this has to be true, and this is also has to be true. So then only it will work. In this case, what, 5 is greater than 3? Yes, and 5 is less than 10? Yes. Both the things are satisfied. That's why it was returning true. Suppose I make it as a 15, one condition will fail. Obviously, 15 is less than 10. No, it is failed. So then one is true, another one is false. Then obviously you will get the false. See, that's how these things works. So or operator means either one will satisfy, then it is enough. Okay, so it need not to satisfy both the conditions. Basically it will check the first one. If it is true, then it won't check for the another one. It directly returns a true. So one satisfies, I mean, if one condition satisfies true, then that is done. That's the advantage with this or. And not is same. So not means if true, this entire expression will return true. If you apply not, then it will return false. If this entire expression is false, then if you apply not, it will return true. That's the advantage of this not. And is not, so we used to compare these things if they are actually the same object or not. So if x is y or not, if this condition is satisfied, it returns true. If this is not satisfied, then it returns false. That's the advantage of this is and is not. You can just simply click on this, try it, and you can check these things, it will work fine. Then after that, membership means these things only. So uh, Python in and not in, whether it is this one is in this one or not, or whether this variable is not in this one or not. In that way you will check. So this is the bitwise operators I already told you. So each one will set uh, so and operator, see, like this expression. Okay, you can see here. So 6 means 110, and 3 means 011. So they're checking the and operations. Both are 1 means 1, otherwise it's true. Sorry, otherwise it's 0. So that's how it's working. So here they're giving the numbers also, like bitwise, so 011, so 101. So if you know about this, in if you studied in our college or school, means you can understand this very easy. Okay, so but majority of the times we won't implement these bitwise manipulations in our application, in general applications. But it's very simple. It's not that much complicated. Simply you have to understand what is the value of this 6 in binary format, and if you apply this, and you can get the results. That's it. Simple and operations and or operations. XOR. XOR means, like, if so both the things has to be same, means then zero, otherwise it is one. So either 0 0 means zero, or 1 1 means zero. Otherwise, if alternative ones are there, means alternative 1 0 is there, 1 1 is there, then in that case the result is one. So that's a fundament. I mean, that's a concept of this XOR. Not, 0 means 1, 1 means 0. 0, this is a left shift and this is a right shift. So you can simply check this and you can get to know what it was doing. It was pushing, or pushing left and pushing right. But in majority of the cases you won't require these things. And operator precedence. Okay, so generally we do the problems and we solve the problems. In those case, we have to follow some precedence, and like, we can't simply put some expression and it will return the results. No, it's not like that. it follows some procedure, like so which has to give the highest precedence. We solve this mathematical problems, and generally the mathematical numericals like 2 plus 3 plus, and in the braces it will give multiplication and division and all those things. Then we have to follow one rule that is known as board mass rule. Board means B means brackets, and O means same thing off, and D means division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction. In the same way, programming also we have some precedence. We have to follow some order. So in this case, parenthesis like this, braces have the highest precedence. So whatever value which is present inside the braces, that will be executed first. So this will execute 9, and after that this is 9 will execute. After that this minus symbol will execute. The return will be 0. The result will be 0. So it is not that much complicated. You have to know like what is the precedence, what is the order, like which has the highest uh, weightage. So based on that you can do. See, this is a perfect example. So generally multiplication has the highest weightage, so that's why these things will be multiplied first, and after that it will be added with the 100. So generally people will think like 100 plus 5 is what, 105. 105 into 3, so that will 105 into 3 means 315. So but that is not the case. So first what we will do, so it will look for the order. So order is what? So board mass. So multiplication has the highest power compared to this plus symbol. So that's why this will execute first, and after that this will execute. So in case if you modify this with 105, so if you apply these braces here, so then this will execute first, and after that it will multiply with this. So now 105 into 3, so the result will be 315. See, so that's the precedence order. So just need to follow this order. What is this and etc. So just follow these examples or exercise you get to know. And so next we'll discuss about list, tuples, and set. These things we'll see in the next videos. Thank you. Hey everyone, so in this video we'll cover about list. So list is one of the major data type in Python. So if you're coming from other programming backgrounds like Java or uh, JavaScript or C++ or C, so you're already aware of arrays. Arrays is a finite order collection of homogeneous data elements, like inside a array. So you store like only strings, only integers, only numbers, like that. But in Python, it is like heterogeneous elements. Like within a list, you can store integers and strings, other data types also you can store. So that is the advantage of lists in Python. So we'll cover what is the definition of Python. Sorry, what is the definition of list, and what are the ways you can access. You can traverse the elements. You can change the things. You can change the elements inside the list. All these things we'll cover. We'll go through the topics in this order, so that it will be easy for you also in the long run. So we'll go with the definitions, like so this is the way you have to declare a list. Okay, so this is a variable, my list is a variable name, and you are assigning, like so this is the syntax. Okay, you have to give this square braces. Inside the square braces you have to give the elements you want to give. So in this case, in this example, these are like strings, and which are separated with a comma. So if you consider the definition of what is a list is nothing but used to store multiple elements or items in a single variable. So similar to list, there are three other data types also available, which is also used to store elements, store items. So which are tuple, set, and dictionary, which we'll cover in the next videos. So simply, this is the way you have to create the list. So this is the variable you can give apple, banana, cherry. So if I, in this place, if I give instead of string, if I can give, so still it will display this. Okay, so apple, banana, one. So that is the advantage of so list in Python. So in arrays you can't give the different data types. But in list you can give different data types. So that's a major advantage. So you can, inside a list also, you can pass another list. So within this I can give one, two, and let's give one number. So it's like number, whatever. So just run this, it will display, so this you can see here. So this is the way you can create a list. Okay, so you can click on try it, and you can do multiple trials and errors, so that you will get to know. So next one is like how to access. So before accessing on all those things, you have to understand lists are like ordered means within a sequence. Okay, so if you want to access this particular element, how you are declaring, see, ultimately, in a programming, you want to store some elements. Like you are let's take, you went for a market, and you want to pick the list of fruits, like so in a supermarket you went, you want to collect, you want to get the elements, like get the fruits, and you have to put those in a basket, you want to get to home. So that is the task given to you. Obviously you have to, you note it down, like this apples I want, and dictionary, sorry, bananas I want, cherries I want. So in that way you would write down a list. And also once you went to the market, you open that slip and you are checking, okay, so this is the first one I have to see. So same way, like in order to access that particular thing, so you need index, right? So how you going to index, this is the first one, this is the second one, this is the third one. But in programming, number starts with zero, so that's why this is the zeroth element, this is the first element, this is the second element. In this way the order will start. So that's why lists are ordered and also changeable, like so let's take first time I'm giving apple, so next time also I can give the same element as apple, so it won't be any issue. Duplicate, it will allow duplicates. And also you can change also, like first, in before declaring a after declaring one list, you mention like apple, banana, cherry. After some time, in the meanwhile, while going to market, you decided like I don't want apples, so then you can replace that with another, like pineapple. So in that way you can do. So that is the those are the major properties of list. So it is ordered and it is changeable, like the term is known as mutable. Mutable means which can change, and it will allow duplicate values. And so this is the way. So in order to access the element, you have to maintain that order. So see, I'll check this one. So now see this apple, both the times cherry also it was reflected there, but still it was able to produce because it allows a duplicate values. And also if you want to access the first element, you have to give the index like this, and if you click on the print, see, it will give you a, in this way you can access the elements inside that particular list. Okay, so this is the first, it will return the this element. uh, so that's it, and this is the length. Okay, so now I want to find the how many elements are there inside a list. So there is a by default function which is known as length. It will give you how many elements are present inside that list, how many items are present inside the list. See, one, two, three, three elements are the three items are there. That's why given the if you put this length, so it will give you this. So let's take I given one comma and given one comma two. So let's see what is the length. So obviously the length is like five, like first five elements are there. See, that is a value. Okay, so then these are the different examples. Okay, so there they mentioned you can use multiple data types. It need not to be like integers and strings. You can put boolean. So that is a concept they're explaining here. And also you can put multiple. As I mentioned earlier, you can put strings, integers, boolean, and everything you can put in list inside a list. Those things also you can place here. So and type function, you already know, within the type, using this type function you will get to know what is the data type of that particular variable. And by default, if you want to create one list, this is the way you can, this is a keyword, you can use this and you can put the values there, so it will generate a list for you. You don't need to give any double sorry, round brackets. The square brackets you don't need to use. That is one way. Another way is this, directly you can take the method, you can create. So this is the definitions and comparison of collection data, like list, tuple, set, and dictionary. These things will cover, but at this moment you just remember like list is a collection of ordered and changeable. Changeable means mutable, and it will allow duplicate values. You just need to understand like list is one of the data type, and it is mutable. Mutable means whatever the elements I have in the list, I can modify that, I can change that. That you have to remember. And also it's ordered, like in order to get the accessing the each and every element, I have to access those elements through order only. Like I have to put the number, then only I'll get. So that's why it is known as ordered, and it allows duplicate values. Remember this. Rest of the things we'll cover in the next sessions. So how you access the elements? I already mentioned. I already shown the example. So this is the way you can access. In this example, what you'll get? You'll get banana. Why they given one? Why I'm getting so in programming language, number starts with zero. It's not like index starts with zero. So it's not like, so that's why this is the zeroth, this is the first, and this is the second. So, and also one more thing is like negative indexing. Like uh, if let's take this is the zero, this is the first, and this is the second. If you reverse that, you can access the elements to reverse negative indexing also. So the last one is minus one, this one is minus two, this one is minus three. If you use this minus one, it will give you cherry. So if you put minus two, then it will give you banana. So sometimes you don't know what is the last element number. So let's give someone ask you this kind of a questions, like so I want the last element. You don't know what is a, number, what is the index of that one. So how can you get that one? Simply you can put this variable, and if you give the minus one, it will return you the last element. These are the so common logics. Um, so this is one more range of indexes. Okay, so simply you want certain elements within this range, those are present in a list. How to access that, how to get those values, this is the way you can get. So see, simply let's try this one. We'll cover all the top concepts here. So already mentioned, like if you want to access one particular element from this list, you have to give this list of, let's take 0. 0 means first element you will get, and first one is like apple. And if you want to access the last element, simply you can use what, minus 1. So it will give you the last element. That is another one. Then after that, let's see this. And okay, let's try one more thing. Print. Let's see what is the length of this list. Okay, so let's see this also. Close this. Let me run this. See this, you are giving this range. Okay, so you can see this. Zero means first element, so you'll get the apple, and minus one is the last one, which is a mango. And length, what is the, how many elements are present in that list? So there's seven elements are present, that's why you got the seven. So count this: one, two, three, four, five, six, and total seven, that's why you got the seven. And you are checking this range, you are giving this range zero, one, two. So you have to understand this concept. So you can access multiple elements within a range. You can do that step, but you have to remember one thing. So this beginning will included and ending will be excluded. That means whatever value you given, it will start from that. Whatever value you given at the end, you won't get that index. You won't get, you get till before the last index. You can check here. So zero, one, two. So the second is cherry, and you get the cherry. And third is orange, you got the orange. Fourth is kiwi, and fifth you won't get, because whatever value given at the end, you won't get, that is excluded. So that is the concept you have to remember. So apart from that, rest of the things are same. So just remember this line, like whatever values you mentioned in that range, the beginning value will be included, and whatever value you mentioned in the end, that value will be excluded, that is not included. So that you have to understand. If you give like this, it will give you from the beginning to till that point, 0, 1, 2, 3 indexes. Like if you run this example, you'll get apple, banana, cherry, and orange. That is the outcome you're going to get. See, apple, banana, cherry, orange, because it was getting till fourth. That means you won't get fourth, that is excluded. So what are the values are available? 0, 1, 2, 3. Only these things will be available. So that you have to understand. Just try this example, so you'll get to know. Just practice, that's it. And so this is like from beginning to end. Okay, if you give like this, you just given the beginning, and you given this column, and you didn't mention anything. It will indicate like from the second position onward, I want till the end. So that is the meaning of this expression. And using this expression, you get the from second index to till the end. You can get the values. So 0, 1, 2. So from cherry to till mango, you'll get the answer. So see, that is the way you have to access this. Okay, and then you can do the same step using minus also. Okay, so from it will start from reverse. So this is like minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4. So minus 4 to this till this part will come. Minus 1 is excluded, right? So you want to get that one. So if you want to check if the element is present in my list or not, suppose you are building one application that, let's take supermarket example. So in that you are just checking whether apples are there in my market or not. So whether I got the order or not. In that way, you created one application. You just check if this particular element is present in this list or not. You can use this keyword in. If it is, it at the end what it will give, it will give you the boolean expression true or false. Based on that, you are doing some other logics which will cover. Okay, so we'll cover the things there. So maybe if else condition, these things are there, just remember. Okay, so list is something. So you can create multiple applications, but simply list is used to store the data, store the collection of data. For that purpose you are using list. And it is very very important in order to do DSA also. Whatever applications you do, so you have to understand of these data types. So these things, logics and etc., will cover in the next sessions. Okay. So then this change I already mentioned, it is mutable. Mutable means you can change. So I'm changing this element. In this way you can change directly 0 1. In the place of banana, I'm replacing that banana with the black currant. So you can try this. So see, I declared my list like this, but after that I replaced my second element. In this way, it is a first index, zeroth index, and first index, that with this black current. Okay, so in this way you will change the things. Okay, and also you can replace multiple values also. Okay, so that you can just check if you given these values in this range also, you can mention, you can explore this, you can try this. uh, Next one is this. You can do like this, and after that you can try this example. So yeah, see, to insert a new item in the list, instead of assigning in this way, you can directly assign in this way also. There is a method available which is known as insert, and you can give the index, like which index, which place you want to insert. And in this way, just we'll see this example. See, we given the second index in the sense 0 1 2. So in this cherry place, it was replaced by watermelon, and the element will be moved to the end, so whichever position you want to give. So that is a property of this insert method. So ultimately you can give the position and nothing but index number, and after that the value you want to insert. So so if you do like that, so it will be inserted in that list. So next we'll go to this add list items. See, there is a insert is right. Insert means like you are giving the index. So you can use append also. The major difference is like insert you have to pass the index. In append you don't need to give the index. So directly append is like it will add at the last element. Okay, so in this example, let's see this example: apple, banana, cherry, and you are appending orange in that list. So ultimately, what happens? Orange will be added at the end. You can see here. So that is the purpose of this append method. Then insert. I already discussed. So you just need to give the index at the same time the value you want to assign. So that will be added there. So extend is another method. So it's like one list into another list, you can use this extend. So if you check this, there are multiple, right? So there are two lists are there. So one list you want to combine the second list in the first list, you can use this extend. So it will be arranged in this particular order. Okay, so that is the purpose of this extend method. And after that, you can also, I already told you, right? So instead of list there are other um, data types also, like tuple sets and dictionary, which is used to collect the, I mean, storage purpose, like different elements. So you can assign these other data types also in this extend method. So next, remove list element. Okay, there is a direct. So you want to let's assume you have a list and you have elements inside that, and you want to remove one particular item from that list. How to do that? So directly, if you know the value, then you can directly give in this way. So this list got removed. So then banana will be removed from this particular list. So let's take. I want to remove cherry. So then simply you have to give cherry. So just run this example. So cherry will be removed, and apple and banana will be displayed. So yeah, in this way you can do. And pop means, see, generally we do push and pop, right? So pop means it will remove the last element by default. If you give the index, it will remove that particular index. Okay, see, in this example, just see this one. So we given the one, that means the first index will be removed. So in this case, in this list, what is the first index? 0 1, banana is the first index. That's why banana is removed and apple and cherry game. So if I won't give any index, cherry will be removed because it is in the top last element. See, so that is the advantage of this pop method. Then del, so you can use del as a keyword. Okay, so using this you can put like this, then apple will be removed. So you can remove that entire list also using this keyword del, and this list, this entire list will be removed. And clear method also there. So you have to understand this thing. Del and remove means like it will remove entire thing. Like if you give the del, and if you given that variable which storing the list, and this entire list will be removed. But in case it's a clear, if you give a clear, so all the elements will be clear, but it will be stayed as an empty list will be available. So let's see. So see, you can see this example. So clear means all the elements which are present in the inside a list are gone. So but the list, whatever variable you are assigning now, so that remains same. It will be remain empty. So that is the advantage of this clear method. Then loop list. See, you want to access each element in a list. So there are multiple ways to access. So let's assume so you have a 10 elements in the list. You can't give every time, print this list of zero, this list of one. So right. So in that way you can't give. Obviously you have to use one loop so function, so to avoid this kind of a coding. So what you can do, this is the way you can access each element. So for this is a variable name. Okay, so you can put whatever name you want to give, and in this list is this variable. Okay, then after that you are printing, just following the indentation, and you are just printing this. So let's take after this cherry, if I put comma, and after that just what this apple, banana, let's take support. Just run. So now the it will print like, so apple in the, sorry, apple, banana. So in this way you'll get, so just whatever what is doing is iterating. Okay, so this one is iterating what are the elements which are present inside the list. It was displaying each element one time. So that is that's a just normal looping concept. Okay. So these are the major functional. This I already discussed about the length and the range. You have to understand. Okay, so range means it will give you a number. Okay, sorry, this length of this list will give you number. Range means it will access from 0 to that particular element. Okay, whatever number you have. Let's assume this is one of the major sequence, one of the data type, one of the function you can consider. So if you put the range of 10 means it will give you the, it will start from 0, and it will end it till the last one will be excluded. So so 10 will not come. So it's like 0 to 9. So in this case what it was doing, so this list, so the length of this list is 3. So now the range is like 0 1 2, because third is excluded, so it won't come. So you can see this example. What they're doing is like we can also add like this. You can see they, what we're doing is they're just iterating each one, and based on the index. you don't know how many numbers are there, how many elements are there. What you can do, simply you can use this technique like length of this one, so it will ultimately give you the length. And after that you are using this range function. So at the end what happens is it will loop will iterate for that many times. So you can check these examples. Now it will like 0 apple, 1 banana, 2 cherry. So in this way you go. Yeah. Yeah. So, see, there are a major difference between while and the for loop. Majorly, we'll cover in session, but I'll give you one context. Okay, so for means if you know what is the how many times you want to loop. See, majorly for and while loops are used to iterate. Okay, so you know like certain process has to be done, certain functionality has to be executed, that has to be executed multiple times. For that purpose you are using for loop and while loop. So when you're going to use for, when you're going to use while. So for means these many times, like this code will be, I need to execute this code for 9 times, I need to execute this function for 9 times or 10 times. You definitely know about that number. Or 100 times I want to run this particular block. But if you don't know like how many times you want to run this block, based on a condition it has to decide. So then in that case you will go for the while loop. That is a major difference between for loop and while loop. Okay, so here you can see. So in this example, the same list you are just iterating one by one, but you are they what they're checking is like they're checking the condition. So whether this I is less than this length of this, then you want to execute. Otherwise, you don't want to execute. You have to be careful with while loop, because sometimes while loop go for an infinite loop, because the conditions whatever you are mentioning, it has to make some sense. Okay, so you can't give different different ways. Then while loop will go for the infinite loop, then the entire program will be spot. So that's why you have to understand like when you have to use for loop, when you have to use while loop. That will discuss with few examples in these sections. Okay, so let me cover this. And list I already see. This is not a list comprehension. Instead of writing the code in a multiple lines, you can simply arrange the list in this particular single line. So that is the advantage of this list comprehension. So see this example. So the same example, we're just printing for loop. uh, Earlier what we did, so for each whatever each underscore element in this list, then enter tab print each element. See, in this way you given same the top. So uh, now what they are doing, see apple banana cherry, this is the one you got. So now what they are currently doing is like already they're just mentioning this entire block, this entire code in a single line. That is a list comprehension. S- Simply you can understand the same logic only. In this each element is given x, this entire line is same. And after that print whatever given, I mentioned in the you know left side. So if you have a condition, like if you're doing this, you have a certain numbers in a range like 1 to 10 are there. You want to get even in one side, odd in one side, then in that case you can put some condition. Then you in the right side you'll put some condition. If whatever element is modulo division 2 equal to 0, then it is even, then you have to store in this way. Or odd, then it is you stored in this way. So in that way you have to put some condition. That will see. So ultimately you don't need to write multiple lines, you can write the single line also, you can do this step. So that is this concept. Then list comprehensions. So see, same logic. So in this way, instead of doing all these things, you can use in the simple line, so it will be executed. I already told you, right? So list comprehension, they'll give some condition like this. On the right hand side, they'll give some condition. The same thing only. So for each other variable, and if this condition is satisfied, only that values will be present here. That will be stored in the list. Okay. So what this entire thing is doing, so they're iterating each one element, and also they're checking one condition. If any of the element has or item has a alphabet a in that particular item, then we need to store that in this particular new list, otherwise we don't want this entire logic whatever we written there. So this entire logic will be filled in this one single line. So that is the advantage of this list comprehension. This is the syntax. Okay, so for item in iterable, that is a normal logic, and their condition they are checking if this condition is this, and then you have to store this in this expression in this particular list. So that is what they are doing. That's it. You can check these examples, then you can understand. Mm, okay, so then sort. Sort means arranging the elements. Okay, arranging the items in ascending order, descending order. By default, this method will arrange these elements in ascending order, and later you have to. If you can reverse equal to true, then you can use these kind of keywords. Based on that, it will be you can arrange the elements in descending order. So ascending order means small to big, descending order means big to small. So that's just remember. There's a one hint also, like ascending means it will starts with a ascending. So then obviously it will start small to big. So in this way you can remember the ascending order and descending order. So see, like this list, we have a list and we are just sorting. Sorting means all these elements are like alphabets. I mean words. So obviously it will be sorted based on the alphabetical order. Okay, so A B C. So B will come first. That's why we give it was like B. So that's the way you can use the sort method. And also numbers also you can try. Okay, so you can put this way. So all the numbers will be arranged in this ascending order for using this sort method. And descending means see, you have to just give reverse equal to true. Reverse equal to true. This one if you give, then it will be arranged in the descending order. That means big to small. So that's it. Apart from that, you don't need to worry about all of the things. This one is interesting. So sometimes so you can arrange the elements in by doing some functions on the top of it. So those things also you can do by see what they're doing. So sort the list based on how close the number is to 50. So they created one function. They are just sorting based on this particular function. They're not sorting based on the ascending order or descending order. That is like you don't need to give any in the parameters. If you won't pass anything, then it will be arranged in ascending order. If you pass the parameters like reverse equal to true, then it is arranged in the descending order. If you can also give this function conditions also, like so based on this particular condition, in this way what you are doing, you are just checking what element is close to 50. So that is your logic you are checking. Okay, so based on that you are just sorting. Okay, so now what it will do, 100 will go here, 100 minus 50, 50 will come. So 65 minus 50, or 82 minus 50 into 3 minutes. Okay, they're doing absolute. So, okay. So they're not okay. Got it. So see, they're not checking the values. They're just checking which element is close. Obviously, 50 is close to 50. That's why 50 is arranged in this fashion. Next, difference between 50 and 65 is only 15. That's why the next element is 65. Then difference between 50 and 23 is 27. So that's why the next element is 23. Difference between 50 and 82 is 32. That's why the this element is this. So they're just arranging the elements based on which is close to this 50, based on this particular function they're uh, doing this sorting. So that is the advantage of creating one new function and doing this step. Okay. And that's it. We'll go for the copy list. See, you have a list, you want to copy that entire elements in another list. How to do that step? So in this way you can do so. Okay, you have elements and you are copying this entire thing into one new list. Simply you can use this method which is known as copy, and you can do that step. Or you can create one more list and you can assign this whatever variable you are storing that list. You can pass it here. In that way also you can copy the elements. Okay, then join. So join means you have one list, another list are there. So you want to combine both these things to another new list. So in this way you can do just using addition operation. Also, and also you can use this append. Okay, so just check this one. So you have one list and you want to whatever elements are there in this list one, so those has to be present in the list one. So that what you are just doing. So you just use this append function at the it will iterate each one, and it will add at the end of the first list, and after doing all these steps you'll get the result in this fashion. So that's it. So you can also use this extend method. Okay, so this one is interesting. Okay, so there are by default these are the methods which are available in list. So these things are very crucial, you have to understand. Most of the logics I mean methods are already discussed. Actually, append means you want to uh, add an element at the end of the list. Clear means it will remove all the elements. Copy means there are two lists, you want to copy one list to another list. Now how to do that? So you can use this method and you can do that. So these are the methods. Okay, by you can understand. Okay, so the methods are available, method names are available. What it will do, you can simply click on this one and it will display. Then get some example, you can see the syntax also. You will get to know. Okay, so it won't be difficult. I already covered all the methods, and we can simply click on it and we can check. And another way is like, so you can do some exercises like simply they just given. So print the second item in this. Second item means what? Zero, one, two. Okay. Okay, this is a interesting one. Okay, see, second item they are asking there, first item, second item. So that means fruits of one. So these things we have to understand. Okay. See, so these are the tricky ones. Okay, so you have to understand. Um, you can try these things. Okay, you can simply come here and you can just check here and you can try so to understand. Okay, whether you can learn the concept or not. So change the value from apple to kiwi. So simply you can do fruits of zero first. Obviously, this is the first index, and they want to replace that with kiwi. Simply replace that with this. See, that's it. So in this way, you can do just see how you are understanding the concepts, and then uh, we'll cover. So what what my thought is like, I'll cover this Python tutorial, then I'll start DSS. So I want to do some lead code problems and interview bit problems. That's what I'm thinking. And once I cover these lists are done, so we'll cover tuples in the next video and sets in the next videos, and we'll see pandas module numpy and these. Then we'll go with the uh, coding questions like DSA will cover. So that's the plan I have. So let's see what happens. I hope you like this tutorial, and please do share, like, and subscribe to the channel. Thank you. Hey everyone, so in this video we'll learn about tuples. So tuples is also one of the data type. So we won't use that much. Okay, so in Python programming, so we won't use this tuple and sets. We won't use that much, but it is also important data type. You have to understand like how to access these elements inside it, and also you have to. It is also one of the storage purpose. Okay, so to store multiple items in a variable, so you use tuple. So similar to list, set, dictionary, so in the same way it is also one of the collections of data type. Okay, so using this data type tuple, so you can store multiple elements or items in a single variable. So that is the purpose of this tuple. But in programming, so you won't use this tuple that much, like compared to list or dictionary. But you have to know what are the difference between this tuple and list and other data types. and even though they do the same purpose, like so they ultimately it will help you to store multiple items in a variable. So this similarly list also do the same thing. So but you have to understand like why, what is the major difference between other data types with tuple. So that part you have to understand those things. So let's go through this. So ultimately tuple is also nothing but a collection of elements, but you have to remember these two things, okay? So which is tuple is also ordered, list is also ordered means what, like you can access the elements through index, right? So 0 1 2 3. In the same way you can access the elements in tuple also using this index, okay? So that is nothing but ordered, and also it is unchangeable, like in list you remember one word which is known as mutable. Mutable means what, which will change, but this tuple is unchangeable, okay? So immutable, so which won't change. So once you declare a tuple, so you can't change that. What my point is, like, so you can't replace that element. Like in this example you can see apple, banana, cherry. So if it is a list, you can replace this banana with another, but in tuple you can't do that step. So that is a major advantage. Sorry, I won't say it's an advantage. It's a type. It's a property of that tuple. So okay. So this is the way you can create a tuple. So you have to give the, this is a syntax. Okay, you have to give this round braces and have to give items. So in this way you can create this tuple, and after that you can understand, okay, what are the concept. It is ordered, unchangeable. It allows duplicate values. How to access it? In the same way you can access it based on index. And I already covered this. Ordered means what, unchangeable means what. So it will allow duplicates. You can see here apple, banana, cherry. Again you give an apple, cherry. So you can give the duplicates, but you can't replace that element with another element. That is not possible. So then length also same purpose. You can just click on try it yourself and you can see. In case if you want to create a one element tuple only, this is the way you can do. So okay, so you have to put the comma, so then you can create this. And let's see, same way, like so how to store the elements in a list. In the same way you can store multiple data types, okay? So like string, integer, boolean. So all these things you can store it in a single tuple. So you can do that. It won't be any issue, okay? So you can see here. Then you just have to, so using tuple method you have to create. Then the tuple is a keyword and you have to pass double round braces, okay? So in this way you can do. So this is a common thing, okay? So this, if you can just refer this thing, so then it will cover most of the data types, like differences, okay? List, tuple, set, dictionary. So all this difference, what is a major difference between all these data types, just which is common in all the other data types also. Like list is, you already know, which is ordered, and mutable means which will change. It will allow duplicate values. And tuple is means what, it is also ordered, but it is unchangeable. Like once you declare a tuple, so once you define, you can't change that, okay? So you can maybe there are methods to add something, but you can't change the element. You can't replace that element with another element. So that is the most important thing, so you have to remember. And also it will allows duplicate values. Set and dictionary will cover in the next sessions, okay? So this is the way. So you can just so already you already know. So you already seen this thing in the list. So similarly you can declare this tuple, and after that if you want to access the elements in this way, you can access one. If you give 0, you can get apple. If you give -1, then you will get the last one. That is nothing but cherry here. So these are same steps. Okay. Then what? Negative indexing already covered. So if you do this is also same range of indexes. In this way, you can get similar how you given in the list. In the same way, it is included. The second one is included, and the last one, whatever number you give, that won't be come. So till that part, whatever values you have there, so it will come. So it is also starts with 0. And this is the way, from beginning to till this point I want, this is the way you can declare. And from this particular point to till end I want, then this is the way you can declare, okay? So just normal, same way, okay? So you're just checking whether this element, this item is present in the tuple or not. So this is the way, the syntax. And you can see, okay? So next updates. See, this is interesting. Okay, so just try. Um, See how they are doing this step. So ultimately, so you want to replace this banana in this banana place. You want to modify with kiwi, but directly you can't do. What you can do typecasting. Typecasting means what? So converting one data type to another data type, that is known as typecasting. In this example, you can see here. So this is a tuple. Okay, so you already know you can't. Replace that element with another element. What you can do here, what he is doing is like he's converting this entire tuple into list, then he's modifying list. You can modify, so it won't be any issue. So then again he's converting back to tuple. So these are the steps he was doing. So in case someone asks you in the interview, so you have to replace this with this one, then this is the technique. Okay, so you have to convert that into list, and after that you can modify that, you can replace that with the required desired element you want to add. Then later you convert back to tuple. So in this way you can modify. So add elements also like this, same thing concept is like they'll convert back to list, and after that they're appending, then they're converting again back to tuple. So these are the steps actually they are following. So or you can see here, maybe you can add the at the end you can add. So here one tuple with another tuple you can add. Okay, so this is what they're doing. So this is already one tuple is there, they again declare created one another tuple, they're adding this tuple with this one, so then it won't be any issue, so it will be added at the last. So that is there, that won't be any problem. Then remove items. Okay, so you can't remove the items. Okay, then if you want to remove, same process, you have to convert something the tuple to list, then you have to remove using this remove method, then you can do that step. So delete also you can use. So then you can do this, just click on try it yourself, you can see. So, unpack. Okay, so you have these elements, when we create tuple, we now this is called. See, whenever you are creating any tuple, so you create in this way, right? So this is known as tuple, sorry, packing. So the terminology, the term is known as packing. So if you want to extract the values, then this is known as, you know, unpacking. So you already see, this is an interesting concept. Okay, so now fruits is a tuple, and it is a variable, so it is storing all these items in a tuple. So what they are doing is, so now if you declare like this, apple is green, banana, I mean at the end green, yellow, red, these are variables. And what he is trying to say is like, if you give like this, apple is assigned to green, banana is assigned to yellow, cherry is assigned to red. So that is what the, the concept. So in case, in this way also you can do. Okay, so you don't need to explicitly call fruits of 0, fruits of 1, you can assign some variables like this. But remember though, this has to be in the tuple format. Okay, then only it will understand, then it will match, and uh, these values will be stored in these variables. So that concept is explained in this, and the terminology is nothing but an unpacking. Okay, unpacking a tuple in this way. So using asterisk you can do. So suppose there are multiple. Okay, so you don't know the number of items which are present inside a tuple. So simply you can use this asterisk. In this case, what happen if you try red? So the remaining elements will be present. Okay, so that is the advantage of this asterisk symbol. See, simply, so earlier case there are three variables. Here we have five variables. So you already know. So you have only want to put the things in a three variables, and simply use this asterisk symbol. Then the rest of the elements, whatever items which are present inside the tuples, which will be stored in this way. So in this format. So that is the advantage of this asterisk symbol. Then same concept. Okay, so then last one, I think last one red is cherry. So first one is green. Then the remaining things will be on the tropic. See, that's it. Normal things. Then loop, for loop you already know. So if you want to access each element, so same concept, right? You already studied in the list. So same thing. So you just have to so syntax is like this: for this is a variable, x is a variable, and you are iterating this particular data type. This is nothing but a variable here. This variable which is belongs to the tuple, so you are just iterating each one. So that's the concept. And rate this method also you can use range of this length, same thing which you already covered in list. So even in case for loop you already know. So for loop you know the number of indexes, or you know the certain end result, or not end results, you know how many times you want to iterate the loop. Then you'll go for the for loop. And in case you don't know how many times you want to iterate the loop, then you have to go for the while loop. So based on the condition, the syntax is different, so you have to put some condition in the beginning, then after that in the below you have to give some increment or decrement. That step you have to follow. So remaining things are same. So join is this. Okay, so you want to add two tuples. Okay, this is nothing but a join. So the answer will be ABC, then 1 2 3. So we've already seen this example earlier, so same way. Okay, so that's nothing but join. Multiply. So if you want to multiply this one with another tuple, so this is the result. Okay, so you will get like this in a tuple. So it will be and comes on two times. If you give three, then you will get three. Apple, banana, cherry, apple, banana, cherry, apple, banana, cherry. So in that way you will get. See, that's next tuple methods. These are the available methods, default methods which are available, built-in methods you can say in tuple. So similarly, you have in a list there are multiple methods, right? So like append, remove. So in the same way, you have in tuple you have these methods like count, index. We'll click on this. We'll see. So count means this. So you want to count five, like it will return number of how many times the number five was there. So two times it was there. So these methods are these built-ins are useful. So in some context, like suppose you want in a list you want to find some element or something. So then in that case, if you can convert that into typecast it into tuple, then you can use this method. Then it will return the result. So these methods are very useful. So you have to remember this count. Then after that index. Index is so it will return the where this 8 is present in the actually it will give the first occurrence. Okay, so in this example there are multiple eights are there, but it will give the first return, so first occurrence. So it was present in the third net, like 0 1 2 3. So if you want to give 7, it will return 2 because 7 is present in the second index. Here also 7 is present, but it will look for the whichever which it will look for the first occurrence. It will start from left to right. So based on that, whichever comes first, it will give that index. Okay. So that's it. Uh, then you can just these are the tuple methods. So yeah, I think we covered tuples. So tuples are done. Whatever these are the methods, you can check this exercise. You can just try. So okay, what will come? So this you can just try this example. Like you can just try like this. Print fruits. Print the first item. So first item is like 0. In this way, you have to do. You can just click on this. You can just check. That's correct. In this way, you can just try these samples. Okay, so whatever values. In this way, you can try the exercises. Next, I'll cover the sets and dictionaries, and we'll cover these topics in the next tutorials. Okay. Hey everyone, so in this video we'll cover about sets. So set is also one of the data type. So it's majorly used to collection of data. So similarly like list, tuple, dictionary. So in the same way set is also one of the data types, so which is used to store the data, like collection of the data. So for that purpose you use set. So the major important quality or property about set is like it won't allow duplicate values. It is a major property. So compared to other data types in the sense like compared to list, tuple, or dictionary. So sets only allows unique values. It won't allow any duplicate values. So based on that, you'll solve many problems in the real life scenarios. So like in terms of work. So that's why it is this point is very crucial, very important. You can see the definition. So used to store multiple items in a single variable. The same definition. So for all the data types like list, tuple, similar to set, but major difference is like this. It is also unordered. Like in list, it is ordered. Okay, so but this is set is a unordered. Unordered means like you can't access the elements of each. Let's assume, so if it is a list, then you can easily access it with the index of 0, with the index of 1, with the index of 2. Like my set, if you consider it is a list, then my set of 0 if you give, you will get apples, but 1 you will give, you will get banana. But set you can't access like that. That is the definition of unordered. Unchangeable means once so define this set, you can't remove the elements. Like remove the elements in the sense you can't add or replace these things. Of course, there are methods are there like remove and these kind of methods are there. Using those, you can change, which we'll cover in the next few minutes. And also, you can add new items. So you have to declare the sets in the form of these curly braces. Okay, so this is the way you can declare the sets. And major point is like this only: unordered, unchangeable, do not allow duplicate values. This is a major difference between set to other data types, other collection data types. Okay. Mm, unchangeable, you already covered all these points. And see in this example, see you given two times, okay, apple, but if you run this script, it only allow you the unique values. It won't allow you duplicate values. So that is a major advantage of these sets. Okay. So you can assign same multiple um, values. And also you remember one sorry you have to remember one thing. In sets, true and one is considered the same value. That's why it only allow the unique values. You can see in this example, one is not there. Why? But true and one is considered as same. Zero is considered as false. So that's why sorry, you won't get that true value. So sorry, one value. And also, uh, I already told you. So it is unordered. Sometimes you may ask this question: true is written in this index. Why it is not came in the first time? If you run this again it will change the format. Now you got the true cherry banana. So let's run it again. It will change. So you don't have any specific index. Okay, so it will change from position to position, time to time. Sorry. So that's the major so properties of sets. You don't allow duplicate values, and if you give one or true, then it will consider both as same, and it will give you only one item. It won't give the other item. So even though it's a boolean or int in other formats, same can goes false and zeros. Sorry guys. So yeah. So let's try this example. So if you click on this, see in this case, what happens? So zero is there, but zero is being considered. Why? Because false is also there. So in this sets, true is considered as one, false is considered as zero. So that's why, and also set property is what. So it allows only unique elements. So in set it. These false and zero will be considered as the same. That's why it will remove that zero and it will only display these elements. So when you click on run again, so the order might be changed. So because it doesn't follow any order, so that's why. See now in this case banana came. So earlier it was a different. So that's it. Length is common. So how you have length for how you measuring the length for this list in the same way. same concept. And also this is also like you can the way you can assign sets to variables. So this is the way you can do. So you can assign multiple data types to a single set variables. So that is also fine. So you can check the type here, and in this way you can create a set. So this is already covered. Okay, so the difference between list, tuple, set, and dictionary. If you understand this, it's like a kind of a mind map. Okay, so if you read this thing, it will cover most of your concepts in this set, list, tuple, and dictionary. Okay, next we'll go to this and how to access. Okay, so same concept. Okay, in list also we tried for access a variable, and we can use this. We are just iterating one by one. So in this for loop. So for that purpose, we're using this, and we are checking whether this element is present, this item is present in this particular set or not. If it is there, it will return true. Otherwise, it will return false. So the same in this way also you can use. You can just click on try it out and you can just check. So it won't be much difficult. So the way you can add the elements to the set is using this add method. You can. This one is interesting. See, uh, you may ask this question. So this is orange. Obviously, it will be added at the end, right? But no, set is like it's like it is unordered, right? So sometimes it will be in the first place, sometimes in the second place. It won't follow any pattern, like any index. Okay, so that's why. See, now orange will be in the uh, third index, like 0, 1, second index, third position. So in the same way, now if you run again, so the orange might be changed. So see, now it comes to um first index and second position. So that's how the logic. So it won't follow any particular pattern of sequence of this or order. So it will change. So that one you have to remember. And in this way you can add also. So suppose if you have a one set, two sets are there, if you want to add this complete set with this particular first set, you can use this update method. So you see in this also the sequence is different. Okay, so pineapple, mango come here and banana came here. So this is the way. Okay, you can't expect the things has to be in order. So that means with the sets that you have to understand. And add any iterable. Okay, so this is also one. You are adding this thing with the list with this thing, but still you will get entire elements in set only. You won't get any specific, so list like that. So it won't be possible. So that you have to understand. Simply using this update method, we'll cover what are the methods available in sets. I'll show you each. I'll explain each and every method. Okay, so in this way you can remove. You can simply assign the value you want to remove. So you can take this method, and based on this method, it will remove a particular item from that set. Then discard also one of the functions. So in case if the item is not there, so it will raise an error. Okay, so in case here in set apple, banana, cherry is there, but you want to remove pineapple. If the obviously the element is not there, still you want to remove it, then how it will remove? So it will obviously raise an error. So that error you'll get from here. And best part about discard is like so even though the element is not there, it won't throw any error. Okay, so here what I'll do, so I'll do pineapple. So let me run this one. So can you can see here. So it's not throwing any error, right? So but if it is a remove method, so it will throw some error. So let's try this one. So we click on this remove and just run this thing. So let's see what happens. It definitely will raise error. So see, it's not there. You have error, but with the with this method like discard, so you won't get any error. So that's the advantage of this method. And pop is also there to remove the item, but pop will remove random item because in set obviously it is not ordered. So in general case, pop will remove the last element, last item, but in this case it will remove randomly. Okay, so that's the meaning of it won't because it doesn't know what is the index. Okay, so it will remove some element from that set. So so yeah, you can just click on it. You can see this clear. Clear will
remove all the items and it will give you a empty set. That's the advantage of this clear method, and Dell is already know it will remove that entire set. Loops, they simply, we already covered this, and simply, so it will iterate each element to access that. This is the way you can access. And sets, these are the interesting methods, okay, you have to understand. In mathematics we have sets like union is there, intersection is there, difference is there. So in the same way, those concepts will be useful in programmatic where you want to implement those concepts. Then these are the methods. Simply you can take that set, you can, if you want to do the union, you can do the intersection, you can do the difference, symmetric difference. Those are all things you can do. So these are the interesting methods and useful methods. Okay, so if you're solving some interesting problem, you want to get some uh, union, if you want to do so, then how you can do so? You can simply type, convert that whatever data type to set, and after that you can perform this union operation. And remember one thing, so you have to do this union with another set only. So you can't do with another other data type. Okay, so and also it will return a new set. Okay, so see, union is there. Union means like simply it's an or operation. Okay, so you will get every element. That is the advantage of this union. And also interesting point is it doesn't follow any particular order. Okay, see, ABC is there, AB3 to C1 is there, so it doesn't follow any order, because if you run again, then this order also change. That is a property of set, right? So obviously it will change eventually. So now see, this entire thing was changed. That's the concept of sets. In this way, you can combine one set with another using this union method. And you can also use this symbol. Okay, so pipe symbol. So this is also indication of this union method. In case multiple sets are there, you can use this way. So you can pass this multiple sets. Still, you can get t. Okay, so this way you can do multiple elements. So in case if you don't want to, you have to use only pipe symbols, then in this way you have to use set 1 with set 2, set 2, set 3, set 4. Then you can do. So union method allows you to join set with other data types. Okay. Uh, let's see this one. This one union method. Okay, so this is a tuple, right? So this is a set and this is a tuple. So you use this union, still it will perform, and also it will convert that into set only, because obviously the end outcome is in the format of set. In set totally you will get all these methods, right? So, and also remember, okay, this X is a data type of set. That's why you are doing this. If you I don't think uh, this one tuple has this union method. So let's try this example. See, I think it will throw an error. See, tuple have no attribute of union. So obviously you can do like this. Okay. So if it is a set, then you can do. So this data type is set. Then you can access the methods which are available for set. Then you can perform all these manipulations and operations. Okay. So that's it. Uh, Update method is there. So set one is this. So all elements from one set to another set, and also update will change the original set. That's not. See, earlier in these examples, it was returning a new set, right? So this is a jet, which is a new one. But with this update method, it will update the existing one. Okay, so set one is there; it has only three items. Then set two is there; it has three items. So I mean, you want to change that entire set one. So in this way, you want to update it. So because it has already has some values, you want to adding more values. That's nothing but an update function. So in this way you can do so. It won't create any new thing, but it will create the, with the same set it will change. Okay. Then that intersection you already know. So if you have a, in mathematics we tried, so if you have a two circles, so only the common area, that is nothing but an intersection. It's nothing but and operations, you can say. If you have both the elements, then you can do, you already know or operations and and operations. Like if both are true, then only the true the and result. Then otherwise you all get, if any one of the thing is false, then obviously you will receive false, you won't get that value. That is the logic of and operations which we are doing here. See, in both these sets, the common element is apple. So that's why you got you got it right. So that's why you got the result. Otherwise, you won't get. That is the advantage of this intersection. This is nothing but AND operation. Okay, so I already covered. So AND means in Boolean operations we do na like 0 0 0 1, like true false true false true false false true 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 false false true false false. So then in that case both are true means then only true. Otherwise you'll get false. Then you won't get that value. So similarly, the same operation, if both the sets have the same element, then only it will return. Otherwise, it won't return. That is the logic of this AND operation. So intersection update. Okay, so we'll keep only the duplicates, but we will change the original set. Okay. So the same concept of intersection update is like earlier, if you use an intersection or and it will create a new set, right? So, but it will, instead of creating a new one, it will update the so the same set one only. So then so if you print the set one, so these elements are gone. So that is the advantage of this intersection update. So then you won't get these values. So it only display the whatever the intersection is there now. So that will be replaced by this one. So this entire set values will be items will be replaced by this one only. So in these both examples only apple was there. So it will first check for what are the common, and the entire set will be modified or replaced. Yeah. Then true one, true false, you already know. Difference. Difference is like you have to remember this one, okay? Difference is like you will get the common element, whatever common. See, let's take two sets. This is a set one, this is a set two. Difference is like whatever common element it will be removed, and also the first set whatever you have, so that you will get. So that's the second one you won't get. In this example, apple, banana, cherry. So in the second set you have Google, Microsoft, Apple. Both these sets, apple is the common one, so it will be removed, and the set one. So these values will be you'll get obviously these values. That's the advantage of this set one difference. Okay, and then you can same thing. You can use this minus sign also. It is also do the same purpose. Difference update. We already know the concept. Okay, it will instead of creating a new set or something, so it will replace the modify the same set. And symmetric differences only, so not present in both the sets. It's like uh, it will obviously uh, see in case we do the difference what we'll get. So apple is the one, right? So but symmetric differences, it'll the ulta of that one. Like ulta means like apart from that, whatever the rest of the elements which are present in both the sets, that you will. That's the advantage of symmetric difference. In this example, both these sets have apple. Apart from this common one, what are the other elements? So that is nothing but a symmetric difference. It's like negation of that one. You can consider like that. The same thing you can use this operator symbol. You can do that step. Symmetric update concept is same. So instead of replacing that with a new set, you are modifying the same set. That's it. Next, we'll go for the set methods. These are the interesting. Okay, so I mean we already covered all these things, but we'll see again. So add means if you want to add one element to the set in this way, you can add. This is the logic, and clear means it will remove all the elements from the set. Then copy, it will copy uh, one this entire set and it will store it in another variable. That is the purpose of copy. And the difference you already know, so it will give you what are the value which is present both the uh, I mean, so in the first set it will remove the difference between both these things. Like in this example, apple is there, it will remove both. And also in the x you have only this banana and cherry, right? So that will be displayed. So that is the logic of difference. It will remove same sets minus operation. So it will remove the common element, and the first set whatever values are remaining, so that you will get. So that is a concept of this difference. And difference and union. Let's see next method. Okay, difference update is like you already know the first instead of giving assign to the new set or something, so it will. update the same first set. So discard is like removing the specific item, and also it won't raise any error even though if the element is not there, even though if the item is not there, it won't raise any error. That's the advantage of this discard. Intersection, so whichever the common values which are present, then you will get. So people will confuse with intersection and difference. So I hope now it is clear. So difference between intersection and difference. So yeah, then this one is done. So intersection update means save set one whatever that is updated, and is see when you have to remember one thing. These methods are the is subset, is superset. It will return boolean, like it's written true or false. That you have to understand. Okay. So in strings also we have many methods. Is title, is alphabet. So these kind of a methods. So if you observe these kind of methods, the end outcome is like either boolean, definitely it's true or false. So it's like it's just checking, okay, whether it is intersection is there or not, is disjoint or not. So so it's true because you have both. Um, is disjoint. Disjoint means like it doesn't have any common. Then it is known as disjoint. Yes, these two sets doesn't have any common, so that's why it was returning true. You can see the elements, so both the sets. None of the elements are present in both the sets. Like it's like set one is different, set two is different. Then you will get it's disjoint. Then is subset. So like if this, you can see this ABC is present in this second set. The elements of the first set is present in the elements of the second set. Then obviously it's a subset, right? So that's why it was written in true. So uh, let's take we'll give some value as z. So then we'll see false because z is not here in y. So then obviously it will return false only. So it won't return any true because it is not a subset, right? Yeah. Then some examples. Then is superset, which means the set contains another set or not. See, X is a superset means all these elements which is present in it's a reverse kind of thing. So we see here all these elements. Uh, what we're checking is this ABC, entire ABC is present in this X or not, which is nothing but a superset. So superset is a bigger set. Okay, inside that subset will be there. So superset means X is a superset of Y or not. So obviously it's a Y. It's true. Why? Because ABC is obviously present in X Y, this X variable, which is a set. So it's obviously following that condition. That's why it's returning true. Then superset is like pop. You already know, which will remove an element from the set. But in this example, so we'll see it will remove some random. Okay, so it's not like the last element like another list or something, because that is ordered and we have the index. Here it won't be ordered, so it will remove the random. And then remove the specific elements, and you already know the difference between remove and discard. Okay, so remove will raise an error if the element is not there. Discard won't raise any error even though if the element is not there. So that's the major difference between discard and remove. Okay. Then symmetric difference update we already covered. Union we covered. Update we covered. Okay. So yeah, I think we are done with the sets. Next, yeah, I think we're done with the sets. You can just check these exercises. Okay, exercises. You can just see what you can do. Uh, we'll cover next dictionaries. After that, we'll cover the rest of the things. Okay. Yeah. Thank you guys. Like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Hey everyone. So in this video, we'll cover about dictionaries. So I'll explain you with a scenario. Okay, so in your school, in your childhood, so someone asks you to find the meaning of the word. So what you do? So you have an Oxford dictionary. You'll open that. You'll search based on what you search, based on the letter. Let's take one example as a given. Let's take you are a student. You are in school. So someone asks you to find the meaning of euphoria. The letter, I mean, the word starts with E. So then obviously you open the dictionary, then you will search for the word. Directly you open the E letter words, and also then you go for the U. So EU, wherever it started like that, then you will go to that page and you just refer that word. So it's like the same concept. Okay, so based on that key, based on the hint you are able to find, based on the letter which starts with that particular, the word starts with that particular letter, based on that you are referring, you are just searching. So the same way the concept is same here with the Python dictionaries also. Majorly it's nothing but a key value pair. So you have a key like this, it's a brand is a key, and it's a value is like for. So it's Python is, I mean, sorry, dictionary will be declared in this way, okay, in the curly braces, and you have to define the keys in this format, and after that you give this colon, and after put the value like this. You can give multiple values, okay, after comma, then you can put multiple keys, and inside a dictionary you have a multiple keys, and you can put some values like this. The one point you have to remember is like key values can't be duplicate. Like suppose you given the brand here, you can't give the next element as brand. You can't do like this. So we'll go through all these rules and concepts. Just giving you some info. So okay, so it's nothing but it is also one of the collection data type. Okay, so you have a list, you have a tuple, you have a dictionary, so you have a set. So in the same way, so dictionary is also used to collect data, so store the data. For that purpose you use dictionary. And the major concept is like, so in this Python 3.7, after 3.7 all the dictionaries are ordered, like you can access, and before that it was like unordered. Okay, so we don't need to remember all this concept. Okay, but ultimately you have to remember one thing. So keys have to be unique. Like, okay, so you can't duplicate it, and the values you can duplicate. That only, that concept if you remember, then it's more than enough. Okay, so it's a changeable. Okay, so once you assign something, you can modify that. That's a advantage. In this way you can, so you can declare, and you can see, let's try it out. You will get the values like this is the way you can. So let's take after that, uh, I'll give one more key as color, and after that colon, I'll give the value as blue. Let's run this. See, you will get like this. In this way you have to define, and you have to run this thing. So we'll cover all the methods, all the techniques. So nothing but it's a key value here. That is one thing you have to remember. And download duplicates. The key has to be, obviously, if you're looking for something, it need not to be duplicate, right? So it has to be unique. Then only you can find the key. So that's what. Then other these things are not required. Duplicate the same thing. Length you already know. So we already covered in list tuples same way. So if you want to find number of, what are the number of items which are present inside the dictionary, so this length keyword is useful using this method. So you will get to know like how many elements are there. So let's check this thing. So this is the way they given. And yeah, see, this concept is interesting. Okay, so you can't give the same value, so that's why. Let's remove this also. Let's run this. Now we will get the value as 2. See, that's a number of key value pairs which are present inside a dictionary. Based on that, you'll get the length. Then how to, so the values which are present inside a dictionary can be any format. Okay, it can be string, it can be integer, it can be boolean. So you can give. And also you can give other data types also, like inside a dictionary. So this is a key, right? So you can give list here, so you can give another dictionary also here. So that is the advantage. Okay, you can give multiple data types here. So type is nothing but, it will give you dictionary type. So if you want to create using a keyword, like you want to create a dictionary, so this is the way. This is the dict you can take, and after that this is the key, and you can assign the values like this. So then if you give like this, then you can get the result in this way. Okay, this data type is dictionary. Then this is the one we are covering from all the, so collection data types. It will give you difference between list, tuple, set, and dictionary. So list is nothing but ordered, and mutable means which can change. It allow duplicate values. Tuple is what ordered and immutable. Like once you define the tuple, so it won't change. And set is like it will only allow unique values. It won't allow any duplicate values, and it is unordered, because obviously we already covered in the previous video, so you can refer that. And dictionary is also nothing but, so you don't need to worry all these things. You just remember key value pay, and key values has to be unique. Okay, so it won't allow any duplicate key values. That is more than enough. Then we'll see like how to access the items which are present inside a dictionary. Okay, so let's assume, so you want to, in real time scenarios, dictionaries are very useful. So to get the information, so you created some records, you store the content in this format. And if you want to access based on the particular key, then this is the way. Okay, so see, you created one dictionary, and you want to know what is the model of this particular thing. So let's take is a, I think they given one car example. So it's a Ford, and what is the model name and which year it was in. So in that way, you're creating one application, and you want to retrieve the information of the model. So you want to know. Then this is the way you can give. It will return you this. Suppose if you want to find the year, like when this model was built and when this model was created. So just give this key, then it will return that value for you. So in this way you can access. There is another way using directly get method. So if you directly use one get method, instead of giving this list braces and you have to give the key, so directly use the get method and pass that key, it will return you the result. This is also another way to access the elements. And if you use this keys method, no, so it will return you what are the keys are present inside that dictionary. So these are the brand, model, and these are the keys, right? So if you use this, you will get this thing in the form of list. Then you can modify also, like, so the list methods. So this is the way. Okay, you can add another. Already you have one dictionary. In that you can update also. You can update. You can add one more key value pair. So this is the way. So here you have a brand model here. So now you thought like you want to add one key. One you want to add color also. So simply you can declare like this. You have to take this variable, and after that you want to give whatever key you want to give, and also you have to assign some value to it. So in this way you can use. So now it was completely changed to in this format. Okay, so take keys. So now if you want to uh, print keys, print card, now we'll get updated. So earlier you have only this brand model, and here now you have brand model here and color also. So if you want to know the what are the values which are present inside that dictionary, so this is the method. Okay, this dot values, it will return you all the values which are present inside. And yeah, and if you want to do any changes, so in this way you can change. So you can just take these values and you can modify like this. These are the ways you can change. You can know what are the values you have. So based on that, you want to modify something, you can do those steps. Items is like key value based. Okay, so if you see, so it will give you what is the key and what is the value, what is the key and what is the value. So in that way it will give you pairs, like in this format, in this tuple format, which are present inside a list. So that is using this method you will get to know this content. Then if you want to check whether this one is exist or there or not, so in this way you can do. And after that you want to change the values. I already given you like how to change the values. It's nothing but a update one only. So one is like you can directly take that key and you can assign some new value, or if you want to update something you can do this, take this dictionary and after that use this method which is known as update and pass the one you want to modify. So you can try this, you can click on this, try it out yourself and you can get to know. And adding items, so similar to update only. So if you want to add a new item so to this particular dictionary, this you can do. So the major difference is like I don't think there is much difference with this method and this method. So ultimately, it's a keyword. So you have to pass in this format. And if you already have a dictionary, so you can. I mean, if you want to add without using update method, you can directly take this dictionary variable and you can give the key and what are the value you want to assign. In that way, you can. So remove. So suppose pop method you already know. So in a list you want to remove. If you give the pop method, it will remove the last item from that list. Same way here. So all you can give the index. Based on that index, it will remove the item from that list. The same way. So you can give this key. So which is known as model. So if you give like this pop method, so then the, the entire key value pair will be removed from the dictionary. So if I don't want to remove the model, if I want to just remove the year, so then you have to give this key as year. So then it will be removed from the dictionary. Okay, that's it. So then this was then pop item. So removes the last inserted item. So see, pop item is so in list we have pop. So in also, I mean, if you want to remove something, so with the if you know the key, then you can use this method. So if you don't know the key and also you feel like you want to remove the last item, so then you can directly use this method, which is known as pop item. So if you try this, it will remove the last item from the dictionary. Okay. So just click on it. So it will remove the last one. You'll get this brand and model. So Delhi is like to remove that. In this way also we can try. Okay. So we can use this dictionary and we can remove this model. So we'll get at the end brand and uh, so you can try these ways. Okay, so clear. I'll cover these methods in the dictionary method. You have all these methods. We'll cover again. So clear is nothing but so it will it will remove and it will make this thing empty. Okay, so at the end you have this variable. Okay, you have this variable. If you use this clear method, variable will be there, and at the same time it will be like null, like it won't have any values inside that. It's a in earlier also we seen this I think clear method is already there in list also. So there also it will give you the empty list. The same way here it will give you empty dictionary. So that is the advantage of this clear method. Next, loop. We already seen many times like how to access one particular item or each item from that collection data types. In this case, it is a dictionary. The same concept. You have one dictionary which is known as this, and after that you want to access each element. So this is the way. So remember one thing. So you will get only keys in this way. You won't get the values. Okay. Then in that case, if you want to get the values, maybe you can try like this format. This tick dot get of x. We have to close this, run this. See, you can access in this way. you can remove this X also, then you won't get this brand model here. You only get the values. So ultimately, we're just so. What point I mean, the point I want to say is like when you iterate in the dictionaries, you will get the keys that you have to remember. Then this one I already covered. So if you want to access the values, this is the way you can give. And so also you can on the top itself you can give the values method, then it will return only the values. Or you want to only access the keys, by default you will get the keys, you don't need to give this method. But anyway, you can try and you can get to know. Okay. So items, you want to access items means like key value pairs. Okay. So you have to remember, in case if you are using these items, you want to give two variables. One is for the keys and one is for the values. Okay. This is the way you can get. Next, you want to copy a dictionary, so you have a so you can't do like this, so like typing like dictionary 2 equal to dict 1, because uh, so whatever you made the changes in this thing, so it will going to reflect. So that's why you can't do like that. So if you want to copy a dictionary, so you have to use this method. Okay. So you can't do like in earlier cases we are just so giving, you created one list, you want to store that list in another list, then in that case we won't face any challenges. But here, whatever values, if you created one dictionary, so whatever you created one, you already have one dictionary, you create a new dictionary, you are copying that content here, then if you update it, the old one also will get updated. So that's a problem with this, so that you don't want to make it happen. So then what is the way is this way. This way you can give copy method you can use. And you can't do like this, like dictionary 2 equal to dict, you can't do simply typing this. uh, so like whatever changes you made in the dictionary 1, it will reflect in the dictionary 2, then it doesn't make any sense, right? So that's why you don't have to use that particular method. Okay. So the way you can copy is like these are the two ways. One is using the function, you can pass this thing, then it will be reflected there. So you can't ultimately, what is my point is like you can't do like this. You can either copy this, or you can create one keyword, like you can use this keyword and you can pass the content. So these are the ways. And nested dictionary. So nested dictionary means inside a dictionary you have another dictionary, that is nothing but a nested dictionary. So there are nested loops of the, if you're going for the if else if loop or nested if loops. So within a condition you have another condition. In the same way, within a dictionary you have another dictionary. That is nothing but a nested. So here you have a dictionary. My family is a dictionary which has the first key is child 1, second key is child 2, third key is child 3. But for that particular key you have this value. Okay. So it is a dictionary. Inside that it has a key value pairs like name, year, and so these are simple example, right? So you have a family, so you are just suppose you have three kids, and you are storing in this fashion. Okay. So child 1 is this guy, and whose name is this, who's he, when he born. So he born on 2004. Child 2 is this, he born on 2011. So that's it, that's the way. So you'll get like this. So suppose if you want to access, then maybe you can do like uh, child 1, same concept. If you write this here, what will get everything like child 1, child 2, child 3. So if you want to only access child 1, so here this is a way. Okay, I given one extra brace here. So here in this way you can do. Or if you want to get that particular name, child 1 particular name, maybe you can give like this. Then you'll get the value as ml. Yeah. See, this is the way you have to do. Okay. So this is a main dictionary. Inside that you want to access this particular key, and also in that particular key you want to access that particular name. So in this way you can give. So in this way you can give. Uh, so that is nothing but nested dictionaries. And yeah, I already covered this example. Okay, so items. So I already told you. So if you want to access, okay, we'll try this example. This one is interesting. See, here they are doing. So these are this X and OBJ are nothing but a variables. Okay, you don't need to worry. So items means what you'll get. You'll get the key and also you'll get the entire values. So these are the pairs you are getting. So you already know like which is a nested dictionary. So inside that also you have a other loop is there. So that's why you can create this nested loop. Within a for loop, you are just again going for another loop, and you are accessing what are the elements which are present in this OBJ. OBJ is nothing but these things. Okay, so key and the value. So x value will be child one, and inside that you are again going for a obj. Obj means this value, this dictionary. So again, this guy what he's doing. So inside that he wants to get the key and he wants to get the value. So in this way he's doing. So child one, this. So this is the way you can access in your real time scenarios. Also, you have a one nested dictionary. So that is nothing but dictionary within a dictionary. You can access in this format. Okay. Then dictionary methods. Yeah, these things are already covered. So clear is there, copy is there, get you already know, items, key, pop items, set. So these things set default what set returns the value of the specified key if the insert the key within the specific set default. So this method will see. So what it will do. So by default it will set. So this method returns the value of the item with the specific key. So if the key doesn't exist, it will insert the key. Okay. So see, if you try this, so it will check whether this is the key. Okay, so model is a key. If it is already there in that dictionary, so it will return whatever the value you have. So if you don't have this thing, let's try with this thing. Okay, so we're just removing this example. Then it will check whether this model is there or not. If it is not there, this value will be inserted there. Okay, so it will be useful for in many scenarios. Okay, sometimes you don't know whether you have the data or not. Someone given you this might be the key. So or there might be scenario like if the key is there, I want to get that value. If the key is not there, you set some default value to that particular dictionary with that particular key. So in that case, this is useful. So now you will just print the car. So you will get the updated one. Okay, so now the model will be there, the brand model and year will be there. So let's see this. See, now you have brand model and year. So here I already removed, but in this way you can search. If it is not there, then you can add that value, that item to that particular dictionary. That is the method of this set default. Then then you can just explore these. So what it is already covered. This update we already know, values also you already know, and yeah, these all tuple methods we already explored earlier. And within this dictionaries we have covered these methods, all the methods we covered, and these are small exercises maybe you can take, like how to get these things, how to get the values. You can try, so you'll get to know. Then yeah, that's it about dictionary guys. Like we covered all the data types. So now we'll go for these conditions like if else. There are many interesting concepts. This is a major concept. Okay, so if else, it's very easy. Okay, we can relate with the real life scenarios and we can do coding. So this, if you understand this, it will be like your base and everything will be clear. Then we'll go for the while loops, for loops, which I already discussed in multiple times. We'll cover these topics in the next sessions. Okay, so if you like this content, if you feel like you learned something new, so then please do like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Okay, yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you. Hey everyone. So in this video, we'll cover about conditions like if conditions, else conditions, and also we'll cover loops for loop and while loop. So first we'll understand what is the condition. See, in real life scenario, I'll explain with an example so that you can understand. In real life scenario, like let's say if it is raining, like you see the weather. So if it is raining, then you perform some actions, right? So based on that particular condition, you will do some activities. Like if it rains, then you will carry an umbrella, or if it won't rains, if it is normal, then you won't carry umbrella, right? So like based on that particular condition, you are deciding something, you are doing something. So like in real time scenarios, in the same way in programming also, you do many things. Like based on one particular condition, you have to perform multiple activities. Like if the user is a valid user, then you will allow him to do certain activities in the web page. Or if the user is not a valid customer, if he is not a valid person, so then you won't allow him to sign in into the portal, or allow him to the portal. So those kind of activities you'll perform in programming. In real time, in real life scenario, these are the best examples. Like you can consider like let's assume, so if you're in love, so you'll do some activities. If you're not in love, so you won't perform those activities. Then if you're in, there are multiple conditions also inside, that is nothing but a nested if. Like if you're in love, or if it is in the initial stages, then you perform something, you'll behave something, and you'll do some activities. If it is in the middle stage, then you'll do some activities. In the same way, like how you do in a real time scenarios, in the same way in programming also, you have some conditions. Based on those particular conditions, what you're going to perform. So that's the overall concept of these conditions, like if conditions. So like if this condition is satisfied, then you'll do something simple. So that is a major concept behind this conditions. Okay, so we'll understand what is this. We already know, like mathematics we studied. If it is both the variables are equal, you are comparing one variable with another variable. So you are checking, okay, so whether this variable is whatever value it has, whether it is equal to this value or not. Let's take A has 80 rupees, and B also, someone is claiming that B also has 80 rupees. You are checking, so how you are going to check? So based on equals to symbol. So in the same way, it's okay, so 80 is less than 25 or not, so 80 is greater than or equal to 80 or not. So in that way, these are the conditions. Ultimately, these conditions, like logical conditions, will return you boolean. Okay, but these things will return you either true or false. Based on that, you perform some activity. That's the overall concept of this if and else and nested if and these blocks. Okay, so we'll explain some examples. Like A is a variable. We covered all these concepts in the earlier sections. You can just refer those. So A is a variable, B is a variable. B is holding 200, A is holding 333. So we're just taking one condition, like 200 is greater than 33 or not. If this condition is obviously it's true, so that's why it was satisfied, and it was written the example. I mean, written the value like B is greater than A. So let's take will give this condition. Okay, then obviously it is false. Then what we'll do, so we'll put some else condition. In case if the above condition is fails, then we have to print like A is great, whatever. So okay, just run. So I mean, not A is great, obviously. I mean, just I'll explain with the logic. Okay, so B value is 200. Next, 200 is less than 33. It is obviously it is false, so it will comes to else block. Whatever content you given here, it will be executed. So here if like nothing, so if I give nothing also, still it will present this. Ultimately the point is, so based on this ultimately it will check for this particular point. Okay, so what is the value which was given there? If it is satisfies, then this is true. If it is true, then only you are, and this code block enter into this loop, otherwise it will come out of the loop. So if you won't give anything, nothing will be printed. Okay, so nothing you will get printed, so no value will be printed. So that's the logic of this if and else block. We'll see some examples so that you can understand. Okay, you just click on this try and you can try yourself. And this is like and also you have to remember one thing. So whenever you're using these blocks, you have to use some indentation means like space. Okay, if I give like this, it will give some error, like, so you can't give below that, exactly below that. You have to give some space so that the program will understand, like, okay, you have, at least you can use tab space, or you can use two spaces, okay, two clicks on that space bar, so that you can understand, like, okay, this belongs to this particular block, belongs to if block. Okay, whatever logics you given inside this, it belongs to this particular if block. If this condition is satisfied, then inside the logic will be executed. So that is the way you can understand. Then if you run this, then it will work fine. Obviously b is greater than 33, so 200 is greater than 33. This condition is satisfied, it will return true, then it will enter into the block. That's the overall logic. Then elif means, in case if condition is failed, then it will check for the next condition. That is nothing but elif. If previous condition was not true, then try this one. See, there are scenarios like, initially only one condition will be satisfied, or this or this. In that way, you have few conditions are there in life, also in programming also. So then you can define, then you can declare your logic in this fashion. So either this one or this one. So in that way, and also there are some else also, like, so if this condition is satisfied, good, then another condition. So then it won't check, then it will come to elif. So if it is satisfied, that's it. So it will enter into this block, it will come out of the block. That's the overall logic. So here what we'll see this one example. Okay, b value 33 and a value also 33. So obviously this condition is false. It is, if this condition failed, then the block enter into this block, and it will check for this particular condition. 33 is equal to 33. Both are same. That's why the result is this. Okay, then else block means, it first initially it will check for this condition, if this is satisfied or not. If this condition satisfied, then well and good, it will enter into this. That's it. It won't execute these things, because already the top condition is satisfied. In case the above condition is failed, then it will enter into this elif, and it will check for this particular condition. Or in case if this condition also failed, then directly jump into this loop, and this will be executed. That's the logic of this if, elif, and else block. I hope you're getting these points. Okay, so initially it will check for this. 33 is greater than 200. No, it will fail. Then comes to this, and it was checked for this condition whether it's satisfying or no. This is also failed. Then it will comes to else block. Then this will be executed. That's the logic. Then another example is same thing, like b is greater than this or else. Or you can use this if condition or else condition directly, or you can use if, elif, and else also. So instead of using this tab indentations and etc., instead of that, you can do in a single line also, one line also. Simply you are giving this condition, if it is executed, then you have to perform this activity. In that way also you can give. And else condition is also same. If this condition is satisfied, you have to print this, else you have to print this. In that way. So this is known as ternary operators. Okay, so you can use this multiple else. Okay, if this condition is satisfied, then this, else this. Or if this condition is satisfied, it will check for this, or else this print b. So in that way you can do this logic. Okay, and also you have to remember one thing. So this is very interesting and useful one. So there are and operators and or operators. These operators are there, which you already studied in your CSE, like computers. So basically what it will perform is, it will check for this condition, and it also check for this condition. Both are true, then only it will enter into this loop. Otherwise it will fail. If any one of the condition is failed, then entire logic is failed, then it will come out of the loop. That's the logic of this and operator. If in case if it is a or, then it will only check for one condition. It won't check for if either this or this. In that case you have to go for or. So in case if it is true, like we'll cover in the next section, it was or condition is there. I'll explain that example. So, or is there. So basically what it here it was checking is, either first it will check for this condition. If this condition is satisfied, it won't check for this next condition, directly jump into the loop. No, so and means like it has to satisfy both the conditions, whatever condition you given. Like let's take if it is raining and raining heavily, then you have to perform some activity. Then then you have to use and condition. In case art means either I can watch a movie or I can study, so it's my choice, I can choose whatever I want. So based on if anything is fine, so then you will use this R. So that's a choice. And means you have to definitely have to satisfy both the conditions. And also based on your logical truth tables on these kind of boolean expressions are there. If you know those concepts, then it is nothing. So you're just expressing these conditions in a programmatical way. That's it. So you can use this not also. So if not this, initially it will check for this, a is greater than b. No, then not means here it will give false. Not false means what? True. Then it is entirely this is a correct statement, and it will enter into this block. So in that way you can use your own logics. You can use this. So basically you can if and these are like keywords. Okay, so we have to understand in real life scenarios how we are using it. In the programmatical also, in programming also we use the same thing, but we express that format in this syntactical way, so that the language which will the computers will understand, it will execute certain things. So here I told you, right? So there are multiple nested if also that if this condition is satisfied, then again you're looking for another conditions. Okay, so let's take uh, in 10th class or in your school. So you have this. So if you pass or not after you cleared that exam or not. After clearing that exam, you will go for the mains. Like let's say UPSC. Okay, it's a best scenario. So initially it will check for the prelims. If you clear the pass, they will allow you for the mains. If you clear the mains, then they will allow you for the interview. So it's like condition, nested conditions are there. If you fail in the mains, you'll out of that loop. You'll obviously out of the loop in the sense you can't appear for the interview. So if you fail in prelims, obviously you can't appear for the mains. So that is the logic. Same way you can apply here. So okay, pass means it won't do anything. Okay, it won't do anything. It just simply is do nothing. So that is the meaning of pass. So you can try this example. Okay, so then it's very simple. If else condition is nothing. So in real world, how you have the scenarios in the same way you apply those scenarios in a programmatical approach. That's it. Next, we'll see while loop. While loop I already covered. There are loops. Two kinds of loops are there. Like if you know number of iterations or you want to do, then you go for loop. If you don't know how many iterations you want to do, then you go for the while loop. Okay, initially the while logic is like initially it will check for a condition. You have to declare something. In Java you have so loop inside that you will do initialization and condition, then increment or decrement. Same logic here also. Initially check for you will assign some you initiate some variable like some values, and after that you check for the condition. If the condition is satisfied inside that loop, you apply either increment or decrement. That is the overall concept. This is the way you can initialize, and this is the way you are checking the condition. In this way you can increment or decrement. So this is the logic you can do. But remember one thing. So in case you have to careful with the while loop, you have to properly set the condition, otherwise it will go for infinite loop. So infinite loop means it will run forever. So then you have to terminate the program. So it is a very so you have to aware of what is this while loop and how to break that one, how to make it so whatever program you did, you have to do something in a proper way. So in that way you have to be careful. So okay, so while loop already we covered in this okay, so just we can see this. Initially we declare I as 1, and after that if it is value is less than 6, then we're printing that value, otherwise we'll stop that one. So initially we declare I as 1, 1 is less than 6, true, then we're printing 1. After that we're incrementing it, then now the I value becomes 2. Then again it will comes to this, and 2 less than 6, true, then come here and print 2. Then again the value is incremented to 3, 3 less than 6, satisfied, then comes to this print, and 3 value will be printed. Then again I is incremented to 1, that is 4. Then 4 is less than 6, true, then print 4. Then after that 5, 5 less than 6, true, then come here and print 5. After that it will be incremented to 6, 6 less than 6, condition failed. That's why you won't see anything. That's why you get 1 2 3 4 5. In this way you can do this while so in case if you want to come out of this, like you don't know how many times you want to iterate that loop, but you know one condition. If the condition is satisfied, you have to come out of that loop. That is the logic. In that way, how you can do, you can use this break statement. What here it was doing is I value initially declared as 1, and they're checking if the value is equal to 3, then you have to come out of the loop. Otherwise you have to increment it. So in this way, okay. So initially it was the, you can also check this print I, so that you can understand in a much better way. We'll give one example as I, okay. So let's run this loop. So you can, whenever you want to understand, just print this and print C, then observe. Okay. So ultimately, what we declare something initially I as 1, and it will come here 1 less than 6. True. Enter into this block and print 1. After that, I is it'll checking. It was checking for the condition 1 is equal to 3. False. Then come here. I value is incremented. Then now I value is 2. Then again it will enter into this block and 2 less than 6. True. Then come here and print. It was printed 2. Then it was checking 2 equal to 3. No, failed. Then come here. Then 2 is incremented to 3. Then that's why you got the value as 3. Then again it will reach here and 3 less than 6. True. Then it will enter into this block, print 3. Then we are checking like 3 equal to 3. Obviously it is true. That's why it will enter into this if block. Here we given the break statement. That means it will completely out of the loop. Then the program stop. That's the logic. You continue means it will skip that particular moment. It will go for the next step initially. So this example you can see here, it was checking for this condition. If it is satisfied, then we are skipping that moment. Okay, we're just skipping the result. You can see here 1 2 4 5 6. 3 is not there. Why? It was checking for that condition. In programming also, like if you give the condition, if you give the word as continue in the while loop, it will skip that particular moment. You are just checking sometimes if the person is satisfying this condition. You have to skip that from the elimination, or these kind of scenarios will come in the real time programming. Then in that case, you can, this continue word will be very handy. It is a keyword. Majorly it is useful to skip that particular iteration from that loop. Yeah. Then in while also you can use this else statement. Okay, if this condition, in case if it is failed, then you can also mention something like I is no longer that less than 6. In that way you can try. You can check these examples of exercises. You can try. For loop I already covered in list and tuples and all the iteration times. We already know all these statements. Same concept. Okay, if this condition is satisfied, then we have to break. Then we have to come out of the loop. In that case you can use this break statement. Continue also same, like it will skip that particular iteration. Rest of the things will be same. You can see here. So initially how the fruits as it declared in a list. After that you are just iterating each one. So first initially apple will be there. Apple is equal to banana. No. So that's why you got here, and apple will be printed. Next it will banana will come here, and it was checking for banana equal to this. Yes, it is true. That's why here the continue will be there. Then it will skip that one. So obviously print statement won't be executed. Whatever lines you written below that statement continue, it won't happen. It will directly jumps to here. Then execution start from here. Then next one is cherry is equal to banana. No. So that's why you got the cherry as in the outcome. So ultimately what happens is, if you give the continue, it will skip that entire below execution part. Whatever statements you given below the continue, so it will execute. Sorry, it will skip that part. It will skip that entire loop part. Okay. So that's the logic of this continue. Break statement we already covered. Range we already know. Like so range means you can do whatever values. Initially it starts with 0. Whatever values you given, excluding that particular value, whatever values before that, you will get to know in this way: 0 1 2 3. And also you can there are many ways. Okay, the starting is there, ending is there, and also the range also is there. Like what is the increment you want to do, what is the decrement you want to do. So those kind of logics is also there. I just want to check. So we'll explain these scenarios. Okay. So range of we can just check this range of 2 comma 6. See, initially you given range of 6, then what is the outcome you are getting? 0 to 5 you are getting. Now you are giving this condition like 2 to 6. So that means you are telling, I want the numbers from 2. It has to start from 2 until 6. That means 6 will be excluded. Whatever values before 6, those values will come. By default, the increment phase is like plus 1. Okay, so initially it was 2, then it was there. End is like 6. I don't want 6, but till that end point I want to get all the values. So 2 will be there, 3 will be there, 4 will be there, 5 will be there. So these values will be present. In case if you want to get the values till 10 from 2, this is the way you can write the code. Okay, for x in range, I want the value starting from 2 till 10. I don't want the 11th one. In this way you can do. In case you want to do like okay, I'll explain with an example only. See here, you can also set what is the sequence you want to get, like what values you want the increment. Like 2 is there, next it has to be incremented with the plus 3. So that's why you given the 3. We'll check this example, you will understand. Okay. So initially the values are like 230. 2 means initial point is 2. For what is the end value? End value till 30, that means 29. Okay, till 29 it will be executed. And also you want to increment with plus 3. So first one is like 2. The next point is 2 plus 3, which is 5. Next already 5 is there. 5 plus 3 8. Then 8 plus 3 11. 11 plus 3 14. In this way it will come. 26 plus 3 29. 30 won't come because 30 is the end value. It will be this condition is satisfied, then it will be out of the loop. So in programming, like you want to get the values, or you want to get some, you're dealing with some numbers, you want to do certain range from the starting point to end point. And also I want to, the sequence has to be in this format. Like if every the difference between two numbers has to be like 3 or 2 or 1, whatever. So by default it is 1. Or in case you want to get the more sequence or more difference, then this is the way you can do. You can just simply after that put some comma and give the value, whichever value you want to expect between the both the values, so that you can try. Else block also, so for loop also, while loop also, after executing that while in the below, so how you have the if else, in the same way you can use else block also. For after for is completed, it's obviously it will stop, right? So because it will check for 0 to 5. Once it is a 6, then obviously it can't go further. So it will come here, else block will be executed in the last step. So in this way we'll, that's it. And you can use this break condition if you want to come out of that block means. So this is the way. Nested loops, for loop inside a for loop, that is nothing but a nested loop. We have a conditions like nested if within a if, that is a nested if. In the same way, for loop within a loop, we already covered this example actually earlier. So in a list, inside a list, how to access that in that way. See now what it was doing. So sometimes you want to do like this, I want red apple, red banana, red cherry. How can you do that step? You have colors, you have different fruits, and you're creating some program like so you're giving adjectives like there are red apples are there, big apples are there, tasty apples are there. In that way you have the sequence, you want to generate the words. So this is the way you can do. Okay, so you're storing the elements in list, multiple list, you want to combine each element of the list with another, all the elements of another list. Then in that case you have to do this nested loops. Okay, like you have a matrix, right? So first row, first column, so you want to access within the first row, you want to access all the elements in the column. So how we can do that using this nested for loops? Check this example. Initially they're looping this these adjectives like adj variable, which is a list. So that means initially the x value contains red, and after that they're looping this fruits, this one inside that. That means initially the value is x, then I mean the variable x has red, and it is also checking for the next one. That's why red apple, red banana, red cherry. Then it reaches this level because already the one element is gone, this one is completed, that's why it's moved to up. The next one is like big, So big apple, big banana, big cherry. Next one is tasty. Next to tasty apple, tasty banana, tasty cherry. So in that way, the loops will work. Nested loops will work. Nested loop is nothing but loop within a loop. That is nothing but a nested loop. Yeah. So pass you already know. Just simply it won't do anything. Just simply pass the things. So that's you can try some so examples. Pass means it even though it enter into the block, it won't do anything. It just simply do nothing. Sometimes in scenarios, you will get some scenarios in work like so no, sometimes you have to even though it enter into you have to give some condition just to check. After that, you don't need any information related to that concept like that particular block. You just need to simply put some condition like pass. You just need to pass. That's it. You don't do anything. So for that time you can use this pass. Okay, keyword. So you can just refer the content. I hope we cover this if else and while and for loops. Just try, just explore, just click on try it yourself and just see. Later we'll cover these functions and lambda. We'll see these things in the next sessions. I hope you are getting and you like this content. Um, so yeah, that's it, guys. Like we'll see in the next sessions. Thank you. Hey everyone, so in this video we'll cover about functions. So function is nothing but a piece of code or block of code, which will run when it's called. Like I'll tell you with example. Okay, so let's take you are throwing a party. So you are inviting your friends. Like every time you are calling, so you are inviting people like Gorisha. So like welcome Gorisha, welcome Gorisha, welcome to my home. So in that way you are just printing the messages, or so welcome to my home Ishika. So it's like you are just writing the names in this format. Okay, so because the properties the thing is same actually. So instead of calling the particular person like every time like printing these things and etc, you can create a function and you just need to pass the name as a variable there, then whatever you will get, so you'll get at the end. So ultimately what my point is, instead of doing the repetitive task, okay, so one functionality is there, one code is there, so you're using that multiple times in your execution. Like you're just calling like print and hello welcome to my home, and in the places you're just giving that particular person name. Instead of all these things, you can just create a one simple function. After that, whenever you want that particular content, just call that function, pass the variable, that's it, right? So you don't need to do all these things. So so for that purpose, it's simply you can understand like function is a piece of code. Whenever so you want to do the repetitive work like the functionality whatever. Let's take you're finding the area, so then the formula is the same, let's assume. So you don't need to every time you don't need to assign some variables like a equal to 2, b equal to 3, and after that you are doing this area formula. So let's take length is this and breadth is this. After that you are finding the area's length into breadth, l into b. So in that way you can just create one function. In this case you just need only two parameters like a comma b, that is nothing but l comma length comma breadth. And after that, and formula is same, return area equal to l into b. So whatever values you're getting, so you're just returning that. So earlier in this case you are using multiple steps, right? So a equal to bc, b equal to this, and after that you are calculating return only a into b. And after that again whenever you're using the script in the below function, so below of the code, you're using same, you're calling that content again, you're writing the code multiple times. Instead of all these things, you can simply create a function, then you can access it. I'll explain with an example so that you will understand easily. So just go through this, like I'll tell you, so just listen to this, you'll understand very easily. Okay, the way to create a function is using this. Def is a keyword, so that means definition. Okay, so this is the way you can create a function. This is the name, you are giving your name. Ultimately what it was doing is just doing print hello from a function. So this is the way you can declare a function. Okay, so you can create a function. Whenever you want to call some your function, just you need to pass in this way, like my function is there, so here the user is calling my function, then this will be executed. See, Python programming will execute from top to bottom. Okay, but whenever the major definition of function is what, it's a piece of code or block of code which only runs when it's called. So whenever this function is there, it won't run by default. Okay, if you won't give this line, it won't run. So let's try this example. Okay, so let's see if I comment on this. Let's say it's commented, then I can click on run. You won't get this because even though it was saying like print is there, it won't execute. Why? Because nothing was there. So if you won't call the function, then it won't execute. That is the meaning of function. Okay, whenever it's a block of code which will be executed only, it will run only when it is called. If you won't call, then it won't run. Okay, so like if you if you're in love, you have to express, otherwise how the other person will understand you're in love or not. In the same way, you have to call, you have to express. How to express? This is the way. So you have to call that function. So my function is there, you're just calling that, then it will understand, okay, this function is there, then I have to go to this, and okay, whatever content which was written inside that function, I have to execute. In this case, we just executing hello from a function. So I can do one more thing, like I can do this print. I can do multiple things. Okay, so print this hey, just written hey. So now, if I run this, first it will execute, it will come to this, then this line will be executed, after that this line will be executed. This is the way, so the function will work. You have to define the function like this, and after that you can give the content in this way, you're calling this function. Only the execution start from this particular line, okay, my function. Cursor will come here, okay, my function is there, so then it will come to here, then whatever content you given inside, those will be executed. That is the way function works. Okay, so calling a function in this way, how to call. Next, arguments are nothing but parameters. Okay, so whatever you put inside that function braces, huh? So that is nothing but arguments. You can also call it as a parameters. Okay, so in this way, so this is the best way to explain. Okay, uh, so you can do, so let's take your in your family. Okay, so you are writing whatever kids you have, so you're just giving their names. Okay, obviously their first name is the surname is same. So in this case, refness. Okay, so Emil, Tobias, and Linus. So these are the names of our kids. Okay, that will vary, but the surname, whatever the name he will carry, so that will be same, right? So that's the same example. So we'll see this. So my function is this, and whenever you using this, it will call this, and after that, this is the parameter. Okay, so this Emil was passed here, and the value whatever you given, that will be present here. Okay, so in this way it will work. Suppose if I give my name Perumal, so then Perumal refness, this will come. Okay, so this is the advantage of function. Okay, so inside this there are many other steps. Okay, print okay, f name, or you can just put some plus after that, just to give grade great guy. So whatever, so you can do like this. Okay, you can do like this, instead of writing each and every step. Suppose they given you task, like you have to give the person name, and you have to add this surname there, and after that just mention that guy is a great guy. So instead of all these things, you can create a function, you can save multiple lines of code. So anyway, I'm just passing this. Ultimately, I got the results. See, instead of writing these many times, let's take, now in this case it's only three. Let's assume you are doing this in a school activity. There are multiple kids, like many students are there, hundreds of students. So you can't do like this. Simply, what you can do, you can store these things in a list. I can. One more interesting thing. Okay, so you don't need to call multiple times. Also, you again use for loop. For we can create one list. Okay, list names equal to uh, I just give rumors. Then after that, Tobias, whatever, Tobias, then Linus, K, okay, this way. Then after that, for loop we already covered. Okay, for each underscore name, whatever variable name it might be, in lst underscore names. We're calling that function, we're passing this variable as each name. See, then in this case, we just remove all these things. See, now what happens? Now the same output will come. What happening? This one, my function is called in this way. Perumal went after the five name is Perumal, and after that refness, and after this and great guy. Then after that, second one came. Tobias will came. So in this way, like you can store. Let's assume in a school you have hundreds of students. You can just simply store those names in a list. After that, you can use this kind of a loop. You just with this simple line of code, you can understand here. Okay, so here I'm. What is this? Tanya, then after that, Shika, after just Shanvi. So, see, all these names, okay, so instead of doing all these steps simple line by line, uh, best example is this: how many lines you saved, how much work you saved, because it's a repetitive task. The code has to be reusable task. Okay, so you already know, okay, I need to use this in again and again. So in that case, simply go with the function, create a function, uh, convert your logic in this fashion, then pass it. This is the best example. Okay, now just check this. So how many lines it was saved? So see, in case if I want to create this kind of function, I have to write for each person, I have to do this step, right? So this is the first time, second time, and for each person it is 2 lines. Then how many lines of code you require? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 to 12 lines of code is required. Now with the just simple, we just declare the names and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just with the 6 lines of code you reduce. Obviously when you increase the number of names, like number of people, uh, code is same, so you don't need to worry. Code is same. With the six line of code, you did all the work. So that is the beauty of this function. Okay, so in this way you can save a lot of time and a lot of computational power also. So you don't need to write each and every line of code. This is the best explanation about functions. Okay, this is the best use case of functions. I hope you understand, okay, what I'm trying to say. And next we go for the arguments. Okay, parameters or arguments will do the same thing, and whatever values you put inside the function braces, after the function name there is the braces will come. Inside the braces you can give the variables, right? Those are nothing but the arguments. Those are also known as parameters. Okay, it's the same example. Okay, the first name, last name. So in this way you can pass. You have to, there are some conditions. Okay, so here you are expecting two things, but here you are passing only one thing, then it won't work. It won't work like that. You have to pass two things. Emily, let's do Reddy. His name is Emily Reddy. Okay, Emil Reddy, whatever. So so the logic is same. So you have to pass the first name and last name. If you declare something there, you have to do like this format only. So if you give only one element here, then it won't work, because it was expecting two things. You are passing only one thing. How it will accept? It will throw an error. That's what you are getting here. Okay. See, it was missing one argument. You declared two arguments, but you are giving only one argument. How it will? So you have to remember this thing. So if you creating a function, if you declaring two arguments, then you have to pass two arguments in the function. So there are many tricks out there. So we'll cover each and everything. So so in case you don't know how many content you are passing in that function, you don't know how many arguments you need to pass, then in that case this is the way you can handle that situation. Okay, you can use this hashtag sorry asterisk symbol. You can use this asterisk symbol and you can put whatever variable name you want to, and after that in the main function you are calling this function with multiple names. Okay, so you can do that step. So in case like you don't know how many content you are passing, how many parameters you are passing, that concept you don't know, then in that case simply you can create one asterisk symbol, and after that you can put the variable and you can pass the content here in this format, then it will execute fine. So this is the way you can execute. Okay, so if I put this kids of 0 now, then Emil will work. Emil will work. Okay, so in case if I put 2, then Linus will come. So that is the advantage. Okay, so of this asterisk symbol and passing the variable name, so it will accept whatever names you given, it will accept and will execute. Okay. Yeah. Then, or in this way also you can give child 1, child 2. This is like key values, okay, keyword arguments. You already declared, okay, this is my keyword, this is my keyword, this is my keyword. So the best part is like, so child 3, child 1. So you can see the format here. So these are like keyword arguments you already clearly mentioned. If you want to call this method, uh, there are two ways, okay. So just I'll explain. I'll see this. Controls. I'll tell you how to access the function with keyword arguments, and without keyword arguments, if you won't give, what happens. I'll give Linus, then I'll give Tobias, and after that I'll give Emil. See, so I'm calling this function. Then this way is like what, this way Linus will come. So child 3, okay, by default child 3 is child 3, child, but child 3 will come as, okay. Let's take this as Emil only. Take this as Emil, and this one as, let's take run. Just run this. Now we will get the answer as like the youngest child is Emil. Next, this one is youngest child is as how, why. So if you given this function, if you won't given the keyword values, like in this case, child one is a keyword, because the after the method, whatever values you given inside the parentheses, those are known as keyword arguments or parameters. So I can access the function. There are two ways to access. One is directly I can put the values. Another way is I can put the actual values, like I can call each one. So in this case, see, this format is like, by default, if you give like this, Emil will go to this child 3, Tobias will go to child 2, Ram will go to child 1. This is the format. In case if I want to modify this, I can assign in this format. Child 1 is Emil, child 2 is this, child 3 is this. In this way I given. So this is the logic, okay. You can understand. There are two ways to call the function. One is directly you pass the elements. You're not following any keyword arguments. This is the order of, this is the sequence of arguments, okay. So in that case, if you won't give the keyword values, then in this case, a child 3 will be Emil, and Tobias will be child 2, and Ram will be child 1. If you want to access the each element keyword value, keyword with a certain value, this is the format you can give. And you can change the format also, like child 3 has not need to be given in the first go. You can mention it in the last way, because you already given the keyword. So it won't be any issue. So that's a way, that is a way to, so access this keyword arguments. You can just click on this try, and you can click on it. This step we already covered, okay. So in case if you want to use, what you can use one asterisk symbol for this way or arguments. So in case you want passing like this, if you want to use keyword arguments, like you don't know how many things you want to pass, the way is this way. This double asterisk you have to use, double asterisks you have to use. And after that, you can use whatever variable name you want to give. Then after that you can pass in this way, first name, last name, those things. Here we didn't define those things, but still we are able to execute this with the help of this two asterisk symbol. So this is the way. See, the best part is this. We'll cover this example. This is like default value, okay. So if you won't give any function, so this is like, country is there. Here we given Norway as default. That means in passport also, in passport verification or those kind of things, if you went there, so by default option will be there. That means if you want to choose any option, you will get the default option. So that is a by default value. So you can see this example. Let's take you creating one tour application, like tour trip. Either you can travel to India, like they are asking, like, this is a function. So you can give whatever country you want to give. So we'll put you there, like we'll give you the trip to that particular country. In case if you won't choose any that option, by default you'll end up with the Norway, so we'll go to Norway. So that is the logic. This logic is like, my function Sweden is there. That means you will get I am from Sweden. In this country, by default value will be replaced by Sweden, and you will get I am from Sweden. Next one is like my function India. So this value is also given. So in this country, Norway is replaced by India. In this example, my function, they're simply calling this function, but they didn't pass any argument, they didn't pass any value. Still it will work because they have, it has, this function has a default value. If this default value is not there, then it won't work, it will throw an error. We'll see this. Just run this. It will give this, it will give an error because it was missing. It was expecting one thing, but it's not, you're not giving this. So then obviously it will face an error, it will throw an error. So then either way is like, you can pass here Norway, or another way is directly country equal to Norway you give, and call this method, then it will work. See, or if you want to give anything, just country equal to Norway, use this. Just click on this, then it will work. See, this is the way you can, yeah. Okay. Then passing a list as argument. Okay, list as an argument. You can pass. You can pass this entire list as argument, which we already covered this in the for loop example. I just now explained. Just refer that. It won't be any issue. You can do all this kind of a multiplications. Okay, now if you run this method, it will return 15. 5 into 5 25, 9 5 the 45, those values will be written there. In this way you can use, you can simply create a function. You can give the whatever logic you want to give. Whenever you want to access this method by passing this value, you can pass that. Like, I'll give one example. You're calculating some insurance premium, so there is certain formula so for each person. So then you don't need to do all this steps. Okay, for a particular person, you can simply create a function. Okay, just passing the person's age, then based on that it will return that value that you can display in your application. So there are many ways you, but function is a very useful one. So in order to reusable the code, and in order to, so make your application better, for that kind of a thing, so you can use function. So this is the way pass is, we already covered this pass keyword. So what is the purpose of that pass keyword? It will just skip that particular, I mean, it won't do anything, it just it's do nothing, it just do nothing. So that is the advantage of this pass. So it's like a 5-star ad, do nothing. So yeah. So positional only arguments. Okay, so this is the way you can give. So you can specify that function can only have a positional arguments, or only keyword arguments. So positional arguments means we cover this, right? So if you given the content in this format, like we check this example, child 1, child 2, child 3. So where is this? See, this is like child 3. Whatever values you given in the my function and child, I explained that example. Just go back and just check there. Those are nothing but positional arguments. Whatever values you given in that order, if you want to give the keyword, still it will work fine. That is nothing but positional arguments. These are like keyword arguments. You clearly declared, okay, child 1 is child. You clearly mention the keywords. So that is the major difference between the positional arguments and the keyword arguments. And in case if you want to define, like, in my function, you need to pass through keyword arguments, you need to pass through only a positional argument. Then in that case, these are the ways. Okay, the comma and slash. So to specify that a function can only have positional arguments. Like, you don't have any keyword arguments. Okay, you can't assign some keyword argument here. Suppose, let's assume, so if I give x equal to 3, then in that case it won't work, because it was accepting only for the positional argument. See, so earlier case it will work now. So in this way you can give comma and after that slash. So then in that case you can't give that position. You can sorry, you can't give the keyword. So you can just give to positional only. So in case if you give 13, then it will work as it will print 13. So that is the way of position arguments. Okay. Then so you already check this one. Then keyword arguments, if you want to give keyword arguments, then this is the way. So you can't give positional arguments here. So whatever value you given, it will throw an error, because just in case in a function you have to specify that function, you have to call that function by passing the keyword argument. Then this is the way you can give. Okay. So you can combine. Okay, you can combine positional only and keyword only. So in this way you can do some multiple things. And recursion means a function, if you call the function itself, a function calling its function itself, then the It's like you have one function, you created one function. It's like it's a very interesting concept, recursion. That means a function will be called by itself. Then that is known as that is known as recursion. Okay, so recursion is a very useful one in DSA, so which will cover in the later sessions. But just remember, so just see this example. This is a function, you created one function. You're calling one function here. So this is the way you can with a def, and the name is like try underscore recursion, and you are just passing that variable k, and you are just checking if k is greater than 0, then k plus try recursion of k minus 1. So you are again calling this function only. So that's why we're calling it as a recursion. Recursion means a function called by itself. Here you can see this example. You declared, you created this, it will execute, and after that it will execute, it will come here, you're calling this, and again it will call this function, again this will iterate. So that's why a function can call itself. Then this is known as recursion. So just understand this, and after just click on this, try this example, and just check, see it's like what it was returning. So just try to understand. So it's a very important concept in DSA. So data structures and algorithms, which we'll cover later. So in the long run. So that's it, guys, and that's I think we covered the good with the functions. So function is nothing but it's a piece of code, a block of code, which will be helpful in order to do the reusable stuff. So that's the overall definition. You need to understand about parameters and arguments. Both are same. Keyword parameter, positional arguments, keyword arguments, how to declare that, how to use that, how to access that. If you're aware of those things, then that's it. Then you're good to go. So that's it. We'll cover next things in the next tutorials. Yeah. Thank you.
Hey everyone, so in this video we'll cover about lambda functions. Majorly, you can understand it's similar to functions only, but it is a one-liner. Okay, so it is for a more reusability purpose, and also if you're dealing with map to filter, or if you're dealing with those kind of content, or if you're dealing with those kind of methods, then this lambda function will be very useful there. So ultimately, in terms of definition, it's nothing but it's a small anonymous function. Okay, so this is a syntax. You have to use this keyword. Lambda is a keyword, and you have to pass the arguments, and you have to give the expression like what it has to perform. Like it can take many arguments, and it only the end result has to be only one expression. Okay, so that's it. So this is the example, best example. So lambda is a keyword, and a is the argument, and this is the end outcome they're expecting. Whatever value you give, so it will add with the 10. So instead of this entire line, what you can do in terms of a method means def, and after that you can use some function like add underscore 10. After that you pass the argument as n, and the below you write the code like so return n plus 10. So instead of all these things, like you can use simply one word like lambda, it's a keyword, and you can give the arguments like this, and after that you can perform like whatever result you are expecting. So if you try this, it will be 15. If you give 25, then it's like 35. Simply it was doing, so x is nothing but a variable, so it was a lambda, so whatever values you pass, it will pass to a, and after that it will be passed to here like 25 plus 10, whatever value you are expecting, whatever expression you are giving, and it will return the results like, so whatever the outcome you are getting, that will be given back to this one. So that's it about a lambda arguments. Okay, you can see these multiple arguments also. You can I mean, not only you can pass only one argument, you can pass multiple arguments, but you have to maintain the format in this format. Okay, so if you give ABC, then you have to do 5 6 7, so whatever. So in this format only you have to give. So it was just performing the multiplication. So that's it. It was doing in this way. You can see here. So you can perform this addition with the three arguments. You have to pass like this. It can be any arguments, number of arguments. It's your choice, but the end outcome has to be in so one format. Right.
one outcome. That's what they define it as. So only have one expression. So, like, majorly, if you ask this question, like, why use lambda in terms of readability, I can say, and also instead of, so you can see here, instead of writing this entire application, you can simply write one single line. So that's the major purpose of this lambda. And also, you can also see like anonymous functions. Okay, like function. If you're calling some function inside another function, then in that case, in those cases, like lambda functions will be useful. um, See in this example what it was doing, it will take one argument and that will be multiplied with an unknown number. Use that to make another function. You can see. So you can see here you are calling this. So initially they declared one method. So they created one object of my function. My function is already here, and what it was doing like whatever value you give, it will multiply it with the multiple with the number. So you have to again pass, you have again calling this and again passing this. So this is the advantage of this lambda function. So you are not define two functions, right? So just passing, even though you given some variable here. um, so it was expecting this, and after that you, if it will result you like 22. So it's like it's a bit tricky, confusion topic, but ultimately you just remember in this way. Okay, so lambda function is like this. So you can pass the argument. Instead of writing functions in a multiple lines, I can write the function in a single line. So that is the overall concept you can remember. And also for doing some expressions like so this is the syntax, like arguments I have to pass. I can pass many arguments. I can get the expression here. I can expect the result of that expression as an outcome. So just remember this, and these things are it won't be required actually. You can, in terms of programming, you can perform these activities in normal functions also. You can just click on this, try it yourself, and next we'll see these arrays. Arrays are nothing. Okay, arrays are nothing but list. In if you're coming from other programming languages like Java or C++, their arrays concepts are there. But so in Python, so it's arrays are nothing but a list. Whatever methods we discussed in list, no, so you can cover that. The same thing will be, so the methods and everything was same. So we already explored all these things. Um, just refer that list tutorial which I already covered. So just go there, just see that. That's it, guys. So we cover lambda and arrays. After that, we'll see the next these things in the next tutorials. Thank you. Languages like Java. So you already observed about hoops concepts, which is one of the most famous so, concept in any programming language. Python is also one of the object-oriented programming languages. Majorly, if any programming language deals with objects, then you can consider it as an object-oriented programming language. So in Python, everything is of object. Like if you take the string, so if you take the list, so those are data types. But at the end, so it's nothing but objects. Because why we are saying that object? Because you can access the methods, right? So if you put on the dot, so it will display. So if you create one list and you assign that to a variable, and after that you just put a dot, so obviously it will display all the methods like append, delete. So these kind of a methods. How you are getting those? Nothing but an object. So in programming language, like you you have a class, whatever methods you have inside that class, you create an object, and after that you access all the objects through the dot method. So in the same way in Python, if you take the list, if you take the dictionary, if you take strings and whatever data type you take. So that's why they mention the line like almost everything in Python is an object. So why we are calling what is nothing but an object? So if you can access the properties and the methods of any particular class, it's nothing but an object. So, in generic scenarios, this is the standard definition. Okay, so class is nothing but a template or blueprint for creating objects. Object is nothing but an instance of a class. So that is the major difference between class and an object. It's like you can take consider class is kind of a formula or blueprint. Okay, so if you want to create a chemical or once you done some formula, right? You mix the ingredients. After that, you get the formula. Once you get the formula, or let's assume so you want to prepare something like let's take VLSI example. You want to create one semiconductor chip, or if you want to design some car. So once you have the template, you know what is the way you design the template. Then after that, just a print the copyright. You have to do the copy print. Or if you want to, let's take this mobile. Okay, this is the entire. Inside if you open this, you will get the VLSI chip. So it's first time, so they take more time to design that particular chip. Once they got the chip, after that they just copy paste it. They just print. They take the template. After that, they just put and so just do this stuff. Like in childhood we have this baking objects like we have the template of the whatever material you put in that content, so you will get that same shape. So you have alloys and you do some gaming things in childhood, so same thing, same concept here. Class is nothing but blueprint or template, and after that object is nothing but instance of that particular class. So we'll see some examples. So I hope you already aware, you got the clarity with the example I given list methods. So just put the dot, you will get all the methods. So that is nothing but a class. But in other programming languages, hoops are very important, and they explicitly use the content. But in Python, so generally we want to create classes, and we want to use so this polymorphism or inheritance or these kind of hoops concept, because we don't need that. We already have Python. Is That's the advantage of Python. So Python is the easy language, okay, so compared to other programming languages. We don't need to do all this stuff. So ultimately, what we are doing is like we're trying to solve the problem. So for that, we are doing our own approach, our own methods. We don't need to explicitly create the classes and create the. Of course, we have to create the functions and methods, but we don't need to do any classes. We have to take the polymorphism. We have to take the this inheritance. Those things are not required actually. That is advantage. So I hope you already got the clarity of this class and objects. You can see here, in case if you want to create a class, this is a syntax. You have to use this keyword as class, and after that, this is a variable. Whatever variable you are giving, that is nothing but a class. After that, you declare some content here. These are nothing but properties. And once you create this, you can create the object like this. P1 equal to my class of this method. So in this case, what happens? Whatever methods or properties which are available in this my class, with the help of this dot, you can access it. That's the advantage of this class and object. Same thing, guys. Like you already see in this relation methods, tuples, and etc. So doing the same thing. Just put the dot. Strings also just put the dot. After that, you can access the lowercase. Access the just checking is lowercase or is capital, or all these methods which we already covered in this previous example. So we just go through those methods and we will understand what other methods are available, how we are accessing it. In the same way, we are doing that stuff. So yeah, this is a way to create an object. Just click on write yourself and see fine how you are doing. So you already have one class and you have that variable, and you created one object for that particular class, and after that you are just using that. It's just accessing that. Putting the dot, you will get to know what are the value it was there. So just able to see here. So yeah. So that's it, guys. Init is one of the most important one to understand. Like so init method means whenever you create an object, the init method is called by itself. So like this is the way to create an object. Okay, you are calling the class, and so whenever you call them, whenever you create an object, now by default this init method will be executed. So no, it's like a constructor. In Java we have constructors. So the same way we have this concept of constructor here. So it's nothing but whenever simply understand like whenever an object is created, this init method will be called. Whatever values are there, so those will be assigned to this. So this is the way you can design. Okay, so you can create your own stuff. So here what it was doing. So they're passing the content like John will be go to name, and 36 will be go to age, and after that, these things. And once they created the object, they're just accessing it. P1.name. So obviously the name is like what once it once it will come to here, and after that this data will be entered into this, and name will be stored as John and age will be stored as 6. And after that this P1 has these properties, and one of the properties like name, so they just accessing it. So what value will get? So let's take P2. So let's take P2 equal to person. I'm creating another object, and I'm just passing the name as Sono, and age as 28. So let's see this. Uh, Next, let's take dot each. So now we will get the so John Thomas soon. Then after that is the exponent. So this is a way that you can create the so class. You can create this done init method, and after that, whenever you create the objects, you can access to this. So you can click and you can let's just play these things. So if you won't understand SQL, don't need to worry anything. In real time scenarios, these are not that much important. uh, like obviously it is important because in other programming languages, but in Python we only use that much often. We use very rarely. We can use this class and method. The past you already know, so you don't do nothing. You can just click on this and you can just buy this thing. So inheritance means it's a generic word. Okay, in real time scenarios, so you inherit the properties of your parents or behavior of like uh, behaviors of your parents, and so in the same way. So that is the concept. So already some properties are there. So by default, you will get those properties. Those are nothing but inheritance. So in Python also we have different classes like parent classes, the child classes there. So obviously, child class will get the properties of the parent by default. So that is nothing but an inheritance concept. Okay, so we will see this example. Okay, so this is the way to declare a class. After that, they created one class, the name of person, first humans, person is the class they created. Human has first name and last name, and after that, what they're doing, so they're just printing. Okay, first name, what is his first name, and what is his last name, and they created the child class, and this is the way you have to pass. So ultimately what happens is you have a parent class, you created one child class. How you create, this is a syntax. This is the way you are creating. Student is the child class. How you are inheriting this parent person is the parent class, so already it's there. So if you pass within the parentheses, if you pass within the arguments, if you pass this particular class, then it indicates like student is a child class and parent is the person is the parent class, and the student got all the properties of that person. So that is the indication. It's the way you can declare. So yeah, so that's it. So in that case, what happens? So whatever methods in this class, you don't have any method, but still you can access all the methods which are present in the person, because that is the concept of inheritance. So the child got all the properties of the parent. So that is a thing happening here. So see, in this example, this guy X is a variable. So by using the student, you created that variable. Student, you created just calling the student class, and you created the object, and that object the name is like X. You're passing this data like Mike and also. So it will go to here because this is the first name and last name. So it will go here whenever you create an object. So by default, init method will be called. So after that, you can access the print name. So because that person has only this method, but this student doesn't have any method. Still, you can access the parent. That concept is known as inheritance. Why? Because you mentioned here in this way you given. That's the advantage, guys. You can just click on it. You can just try it yourself. So Python is also have a super function, so that will make child class inheritance all the methods and properties from its parents. So in Java you have super class and subclass and many the keywords are there. In Python also you have that. Super means like whatever methods you have from the uh, parent will get all the methods. So it's like, see, let's take child also have some properties with the same name, like so child also have the same name, same methods, but if you give the super, by default you will get the parent one. Like what are the methods you given at the top, so you can access those things. That's the advantage of this super. So you don't need to worry much about this thing. Just go through the content and just see what it was written there and what you need to understand. So like you don't need to have to use the name of the parent in it. Okay. So in this example, you just passing class and put it in this way they inherited. And so the next examples you can see here. So yeah, that's the advantage, guys. So you don't need to mention any, parent name. So by default, it will inherit all the methods and properties of the parent if you use the super key. that's it. Next, we'll go for iterators. Iterators means like next element is like we already did in the for loop. Okay, so before going to this, I'll just cover this. If you click on this for loop, then what happens? It will execute one by one, right? So x is a variable, and whatever values which are present inside the tuple, so it will be executed in the loop wise one by one. So that's what's happening here. You already know. So in the same way, so iter means what? Iter means it will give the next iteration. It will do the next iteration. If you pass iter of my tuple, then my it has this property. Okay. So then if you use this next keyword of my it, then initial first it will give apple, next it will give banana, next it will give cherry. So this is the sequence guys. Instead of using this for loop, they're using this method. So that's it. So that's the advantage. Where if, without using this it, iter and next, you can simply use the for loop. You can execute that. That's why I showed you the for loop example. So okay, so the same concept is you don't need to worry much. Iter and next are just like so to get the next element, next sequence. For that purpose, they use this. Then polymorphism. So poly means many, morphs means forms. Okay, so poly means many, morph means forms. It's like you have in a program you have many methods actually. Methods means there are situations like method name will be same. So in that case, how you can manipulate, that is the concept of this polymorphism. There are techniques like so you can enhance the number of arguments you're going to pass for a particular method. You can change the logic behind function of you can change the logic of the function. Then also you can do this polymorphism step. So they given this example. Just understand this. So it refers to methods of functions, the same name that can be executed on many objects or classes. Like see in a programming we have some situation arises like there are methods with the same name, but the logic will be different. Whatever the method it's going to perform, that is going to be different. That is the meaning of polymorphism. There is the same name, but it will execute the different something. So there is a place known as reading in England. So reading is a country, I mean, it's a city name. But in generally, so reading is to study, so that's the meaning. But so see here you can see the difference. Okay, the both are same, but it is a place. But reading is a place in England, and the reading is like what you do, what you study. So it's like the same name but doing different purpose. Like it's the same concept. Okay, how you going to define that by changing the number of arguments, by changing the logic, you're going to define polymorphism. So you can see this. They given some example like strings length. We already covered this. Length means what? It will give the number of letters which are present inside the strings, whatever. So it is a 12, like so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there are total 12 characters which are present in this string, including the space. That is what we have to consider as one character. So that's why you got the length as 12. Next, if you see this, what tuples are written, the number of items. It's not like that's the beauty. So see, real time scenario. Okay, if you just take this word, so it was calculating the number of characters, but if you use this tuple, the same method length, it was doing in a different way. How it was doing, it will give the length as three. See, so according to that logic, it has to give Apple has what one, three, four, five characters, then this has seven. So total it was like around 16 or 17. So that is the number of length. But length is like only three. Why? Because the tuple, this entire thing will be considered as one. This entire thing will be considered another one. This will be one. So total three elements are there. So that's why you got the length as three. That is the polymorphism concept. Okay. So I hope now you got the clarity. If you check the length of this particular dictionary, it's also given three. Why? Because it's a key and it's a value. This entire thing will be considered as one item. So this entire thing will be considered as another item. This is another item. So total three items are there. That's why you got the length of this particular dictionary is three. Okay. So that's the concept of this polymorphism diaries, and you can see with this example also. Classes is there, so you can check this example. So the same class name is different, but the methods are same. See, same length, the method is same, but the class is like that is a tuple, that is a string. So in that way it was varying, right? So that is the concept of this polymorphism. So see, same method, but it was a different class. One is creating car, one is creating boat, one is creating plane. That's it. Just go through it, you will understand. It won't be much difficult to get. So I covered most of the examples and just click on try to yourself so that you can understand. Poly means many more of these forms. That's it. So you can ultimately in a summary. So that is it. So you have the same names, but how you dealing with the same name methods by changing the logic inside the function or by changing by increasing the number of arguments. So those are the ways to use the polymorphism. So next one is like scope. Scope means so every person has certain scope in life. So like if you are a boyfriend, then you have some scope. So in one particular person life, your girlfriend life, it's like you're not her, so soul like. So it's like you're not completely her life. Okay? You're not her 100% life. You are a part of her. You have to understand the same thing. So someone is your part of your life. That is the scope you given to that person. So your mother is okay, please, so she's a priority. So she's like 90% of your priority. Maybe the next 10% is like next remaining people. So that is a scope you are assigning to someone. So in the same in programming also scope is there. Scope is in PUBG there is a scope, but you don't need to worry about that. So that is a different concept. So that you're going to see. So that is it. So local scope. I mean there are two things. One is local and another is global. So global means you can access that variable completely around the program. So whatever inside the method, outside the method. So that is the uh, advantage of that global variable. Local means you can access the element within that block. Within that, if you declare a variable inside a function, the scope of that particular variable is only till that part. So once it is out, so you can't access them. It doesn't have any value. So that's the concept of this local scope and global scope. We'll see with an example. Okay, so here we see here. So here the x value we are calling this function. The value of x is 300. We're printing this. We got the result as 300. Fine. Next, this is like local variable. Why? Because it was inside a function. Function inside another function. Okay, so you're calling this, and what happening here? My function is called this star. Then after that inside, again you declare this. This is this. In this case, you print it. So you again got this 300. So why? Because this function will be called, then again this will be called. So whatever value for this particular function, this x is a global scope, right? That's why you got the value as 300. So global scope means you given outside. So if you given outside, you can call that variable wherever you want. It need not to be inside. Even though if it is a function inside, it will execute. It is outside, it will execute. Let's try this example. We'll get see. So I created one variable which is the outside of the function, and it is nothing but a global scope. It has a global scope. I'm just calling this method. I'm just calling this method. So this method has this print statement, and x I didn't define here inside that function block. I define outside. Still it was executed and got the values 300. Now again I print this x because it is outside. So I got the result. Let's assume I remove this things here and I declared here x equal to 300. So I have to do this again. So in this case, what happens? My function will be called. This one will be executed. This one will be error. Why? Because x is not defined. X is defined inside that, so it has only local scope. The scope of this variable x is still this block. After that, x is no more. Life also x will be won't be there for long time. Okay, so it will be there for temporary time. That's it. So you have to move out of the scope. So in the same way, so if it is a global, then it has access like this. Consider like global means your partner like soulmate. Soulmate like soulmate will be there for your lifetime. Like seems like temporary, so it won't have any impact in your life. Same way, so forget about that. So see the concept is same here. So if I declare outside of the loop, then let's take this example. I commented this. let me run this. We'll get the value as 300. See, by calling this function, this has a variable, this is a scope, got the result. But if I print this, you're getting error. Why? Because X doesn't exist here. X doesn't exist. So that's why we got the error. So if I given this variable as x equal to 300 there, then it is a global scope. If you give inside the function, then also it will work. If you give outside, you're calling that one outside also. So that's the scope of this global and local variables. Yeah, see, hope you got the clarity now. Then naming variables we already covered this, it doesn't matter. Or there is one more thing. Okay, so if you want to print like this, you have to give one keyword which is known as global. In that case, it will work. In that case, even though you can ask for text is not there outside, but still I'm able to print the text and I got the result as just. So why we got they given the variable for the variable they asked it as global. So if there's someone declared some variable as global, as a scope. So even though you call outside, it will work fine. Yeah. So non-local, these things are like local, global. So these things. Okay. So, I already covered this method. Okay. So if we give outside of any particular, then that is a global. For the depth, my function to x is the what is the global variable inside the next function. You can check this one. So wait, these are not like need to. I hope you got the clarity of this global variable and local variable. What's the scope of that? So that's if you have that awareness, it's more than enough. You don't need to worry. So next we'll cover the remaining things in the next sessions. Okay. So we'll see what is the module and
Hey everyone, so in this video we'll cover about modules. Modules is nothing but same similar to libraries. So in Python you have libraries and packages, right? So you can get the methods from that particular packages. Like you're creating few applications at the time, you need some packages. So you need some dependencies. Like you can't do everything from scratch, right? So you need some built-in functions or built-in packages. Then you can simply import those modules or import those packages. Then you can use those methods to do your application, to create your application. So the same way there are many packages, many modules are available in Python. That's the advantage of Python compared to other programming languages. You have many modules or many packages like scikit-learn, tensorflow. If you want to deal with machine learning, deep learning, then these kind of modules or these kind of packages are there. So a lot of community is there. So that is a major advantage why people are choosing for Python. So built-in methods are already there. Suppose your thought is to create one application, you don't need to build the things from scratch. Already things are there, you can use those methods and you can build some top of that logic. Okay, so that's the advantage. So it's the same concept. You can create your applications, you can save it in .py file, then you can access it within your working directory. So whatever methods you define there in, so this is a method you created in my module.py, and after that you are importing that which is present in the same working directory. Then you can access those module with the just a with just a dot method, which is nothing but a greeting. So in this way you can access. So that's the overall concept of this module and packages. We will cover the major important packages like dates, math, and these are the basic, so minimum uh, like very minute packages. We'll cover so big packages like pandas and numpy. So these are the major useful packages which we deal with data science and machine learning and artificial intelligence tasks. So those packages will cover. So we just go through what's happening in the dates, and so what is the math and these things. Okay, so date time. So if you want to deal with date time, so then you have to go with the package. That package is known as date time. This is the way you can access import date time. So these are the default packages. Okay, you don't need to explicitly import
like install those things. Like simply you can directly use this word import, and you can access this datetime module, and after that you can access what are the methods it was present inside that package. So in case some other packages like scikit-learn or tensorflow, then in that case you have to, those are not default packages, you have to install it explicitly in your working directory using the command which is known as pip space install space whatever package name you want to install. You have to give that, that is a syntax in that terminal. Then the package will be installed. Then after that you can access that methods which are in that particular package or module. So okay, so it's like if you want to deal with the current date or time, so you can try it, so this is the time, so at this moment 2024, this is the month, this is the date, so you can see the time also here. So this is the format. If you want to, whenever you're creating application, you need to deal with, so date time. So then in that case this is the way, like you want to find some exact time at this moment, what is the current time, so that you want to create in your application. So you can import this package and you can access this in this way. Okay, there are many methods available in each library or module. So we can cover this. So in this way, suppose if you want to get the date, sorry, not date, get the year, and uh, get the day. What is the, in this particular today, what is the day, like Friday or Saturday or Sunday. So today is Friday, so that's why you got the day. So what they are doing is like, earlier you, like if I print this X, then what you got the entire timestamp you got. So it has the date, like what is today's date and what is the current time with including seconds you got. So it will what they're doing is, if you put dot year, so you will get only year. If you strf time, this is a method which is available in this date time. Then after that, if you pass this percentage capital A, then you will get the day within that particular date. What is the day, current day for this particular date, so that you will get. Today is Friday, so that's why you got the value as Friday. Okay, so this is the way you can access, and this is an object. And in case you want to create a date time stamp, so this is the way you can create. you know you can just pass the dates, whatever things you want to do. So this datetime module is very useful when you are dealing with, so I already told you, if you want to deal with dates, and so if you are creating some application related to flights or something, obviously whichever needs the date times. And so no, in that case this module is very useful. So you can import it, you have to understand this. You can see, so you can just click on it. So this is the way. Small a means you will get the complete weekday. So you can observe here. So that's why we got the day as, I mean, here you can see, here you can just create a current date, and after that you're just using this strf time, so that you will get the day. So weekday. So and after that, these are the so symbols, actually, percentage h, percentage I. You can give this, you can just click on try it, and you can see this. So and you can understand this. And then next we'll go to this. It won't be, I don't need to do like, everything. I have to click on it and try it. So we will cover much more interesting packages. Like daytime is like, I won't say it is the most useful one. It is useful, but it's not like it's a mandatory. No, it's not like that. So it's one of the useful. It's not only one and only. So there are other packages which you need to understand, like pandas. If you want to deal with data science, then you have to know about pandas. That is more important. Then you have to deal with AI. Then, like, you need to know about numpy. So pandas and numpy, these are the major packages you have to aware. What are the methods which are inside that particular packages? Those things you have to be completely aware. So rest of the things you just need to understand, okay, what is this package and what it's going to do. So you can see here, math is one of the so package, like you can get these methods. Okay, so power, so if you want to deal with power, so you can do with this import math. And if you do the square root of a particular number, there is a method available, sqrt. Just click on it, it will use 64. Then it will return you 8. So if you give 125, square root of what is the 125, let's take 625, then it will give you square root of 625 is 25. So let's do 625. Then we will get the value as 25. So see, that's it. So if you want to deal with mathematical operations, then in that case, like if you want to deal with square root, seal, Seal means like, so top of that. So 1.4 means whatever value, even though if it's 1.01, seal means top of that next integer. So 1.4 seal is like 2. That's why you got the value as 2. Floor means which is down. So okay, so whatever value, even though if it is 1.99, so the value of a floor is 1 only. So it won't go to the next integer, it will go to the previous integer. So that's the advantage, that's the concept of this seal and floor you will get in the maths. So these modules, like you can just explore, you can click on this, you can understand okay what are the methods which are available, what it's going to do. So those concepts. Then we'll see about JSON. JSON means JavaScript object notation. It's like whenever you ask any query, like so request module, you can search on the internet. So this is the so you'll get the response in the form of JSON. It's nothing but a dictionary, you can say. So in Python we have dictionary, right? So in the same way, JSON is there. So similar to dictionary only. So this is the way you can convert some object to JSON, JSON dumps, and so you can check here. So you can just click on it and see this. And so majorly what my focus is, like I don't need to cover this JSON and these objects. It's already, you can understand, you can just click on it. My motto is to cover the packages which are useful for you, which is important for you. And I thought to do with the pandas module. So that is my priority. So I'm just covering okay what is this JSON and what are the other packages which are available, and what is the purpose of those things. Majorly it will convert, whenever dealing with so request module, sending some data, creating some APIs. In that time JSON package is useful. Simply so it will wrap whatever response you got, so that in the JSON format, so that it will be easy for you to extract the information. That's the major purpose of this JSON. Okay. So next is regex. Regex means regular expression. So if you want to find some patterns, in that case this is useful. But at this current scenario, so you don't need to worry about regex, because you can simply use these models like language models. If you pass this thing, so let's say you have some content, in that content you need to understand, you need to get some information, like you only get the title. So then how we can do? So if you pass the content to LLM, and if you ask give me the title, so it will return. But earlier, in before LLMs, before generative AI, so we have this package which is known as regular expression. Using that regular expression we are finding the patterns. So if it is starts with capital letter, and if it is starting the beginning, then we can understand okay this is the title. In that way you're extracting the information. Okay. So you can refer this, but I don't think it is needed actually at this current scenario, because we are dealing with LLM. So I don't think regex is needed actually. So you can just explore this, you can click on try it yourself, you can just see what is the method it was doing, how it's doing. But ultimately regex means RE means regular expression. It was useful to find the patterns. Okay, so to get the relevant information from the content. So whether it was matching or not, whether this content is there or not. So these kind of operations you can do with a regular expression. Like suppose let's say some you are doing one chatbot. So there you are, it's like a restaurant. So there is a bill was generated for each and every customer. So you can send the bill for this particular account is this dollar sign, after that you put the value. So when you want to extract only that particular information, you can do this regex actually. So you can use this regex, and you can so you can get the information. So before LLMs, this is the approach they're using. This they're importing this regular expression, from that they're extracting that particular value. So that is the concept of this regex, and you just click on try it yourself, you can understand. So I'm not covering all the methods because it's not needed actually. I'm focusing on the real time scenarios. Okay. Pip is you already know. So how to import the packages, we use this pip. So yeah, pip is the way to install the packages. So, okay. So we'll cover this next try exceptions and these things in the next tutorials. Hey everyone, so in this video we'll cover about try, catch, and accept, uh, try exceptions and user inputs and string formatting, and how to deal with the file handling also. So we'll cover these topics. Majorly, if you're coming from Java background, so you already know what is try and what is catch and what is exception. So in the similar way, so we have also, like in Python we have try and accept blocks. So majorly what happens is in Python, you already know Python is like a programming language which deals from top to bottom. So whenever you executing the scripts like this, you face some issues. Like let's take you need to take some input from the user. Like you have one web application, you need to take some input data from the user, like maybe age. Like obviously the age has to be between like 1 to 100 or 150 120, so max. So apart from that, if the person can't give 1,000 because that is a error, right? So you have to handle that. Or in that age place, he was giving, you are expecting a number, but he can send the string, like he will say like instead of age, he's sending like his place, his birthplace. Then obviously you have to handle it, right? Right. So how are you going to handle it? So through exceptions only you can handle it. So obviously you created one data variable. So the data type of that variable is int, but if the user is passing string, then obviously you have to handle it, otherwise you can't execute your below program. So based on that particular age, you are creating more logics. So it won't work like that, right? So if the user is sending this string, then how you going to handle it? So with the help of try and accept, so you're going to handle it. This is the way. Okay, so we'll see this. So see, uh, here see, I didn't declared any variable, but in case if I won't so like in the below, I have some logics. Let's say print hey, now run. So see, now what happens here, I got this outcome, it was displayed. But in case if I won't put this try and accept, in case if I won't put this try and accept, uh, let's uh, let's comment this. Okay, let's run this. So you'll get what you'll get. You'll get the print as here. Okay, no, fine. So let's take print of x. Same example I'm running. So because x is a variable, I didn't declared anywhere. See, now I got the error. But the point is like, okay, you got the error here, but I want the below statements, right? That is a common thing that I want to execute. How are you going to execute that stuff? So even though whatever happens with this, okay, you are getting error here, but I want to execute these lines. Whatever content which I'm giving you, whatever content I'm giving here, so I want to execute those logics. How are you going to handle it? So using this try and accept block. Okay, so what I can do, so I can expect, okay, something wrong will happen in this particular block, I have to handle it. So how you can handle it, you can do this try, and you can put this accept, and or you can also do this accept exception as e, then tab, and print e. So this will handle. Okay, so this will handle. Now see, now you'll get x is not defined, it will handle name x is not defined. In that way you won't get that error. That is the advantage of this exception handling techniques. Okay, so even though you know you're going to get the error, so you want to execute the below program, below lines of code, then how you going to handle it? So this is the way you can handle it. That's the advantage of this exception. I hope you got the clarity. So instead of getting the errors, your complete program will be terminated, it won't execute. So in case if you won't apply this kind of a so error handling techniques, like if you apply this try and accept, try block is like, something wrong will happen in this particular block, I have to handle it. How are you going to handle it? By using try and accept. So in this case, like you can see here, so you are handling these things using try and accept, so that's why you won't get any error. Even though you got the error, it was handled well, and after that the below code will not get terminated, below code will be executed. So that is the advantage of this try block. Okay, so hope you got the clarity. And there are many exceptions. Okay, so predefined exceptions are there in programming, like name error. So this is the way. So you can expect this particular error. So if you know how to handle the specific errors, in this way you can handle. You can write multiple exceptions. Okay, but you have to remember this is the sequence. If you want to mention anything, that is the last one. You can't express this one on the top. You can't below. You can't do like this. If you specifically mentioning the errors, okay, you're going to get, you have to declare those things on the top. So you didn't define any variable here, like, so you already know like some error will come. That error might be name error or type error. So what happens, it will come here, okay, it will got the error, then this entire, this except block, this will be executed because it is a name error. So this is the valid exception, that's why it got here. In case if you won't forget, you won't have anything in your mind, so simply what you can do is simply you can express this statement. You can comment this, you can just use this try and normal except block. You don't need to pass any particular error, so even though if you won't give, it will execute well. But the sequence is, if you know that particular error, you have to give on the top, then you can give the normal exceptions. Okay, so without specifically mentioning any that particular type of that exception. uh, so you can give at the last. So if you don't know what is a particular exception, then you have to give at the last. If you know what is the exception you're going to get, that you have to mention in the top, that next to the try block. That is a sequence, it will come from top to bottom. So this is the sequence you're going to get. Yeah. So these are the ways to handle this. And in case if you want else also, you can use finally is also. See, these are the crucial steps, because sometimes when you're dealing with the databases in Python, or when you're dealing with obviously SQL and NoSQL. So if you're with programming, like with the Python script, you're going to get some information. With Python script, you're going to log into that particular database or particular website, so to retrieve some information. So there you'll get some, even though you're facing some challenges, login credentials issues or something, you have to know some message. So that's why this is the block. Finally block will execute. Okay, finally block will execute, definitely it will execute, even though if you won't get any error. So this is finally is like, no matter. So even though if you get the error or if you won't get the error, finally is like definitely it will execute. Whatever the logic below the finally, it will execute. It's an indication to you. So in case try block something went wrong, then try except is finished. In that way you will get some sense, okay, so okay, this logic is done. Or sometimes you face some challenges in the try block, you say some challenges in the login to the portal, then the finally you will get to know like, okay, there is an issue with the issue with the login things happen, so you have to take care of this. In that way, that is the concept of this. Finally you have to remember one thing, like, finally blocks will get executed no matter if the try block rises any errors or not. Finally will execute it. So that's why they given the name as finally. And also, this is the way you can handle, okay, so multiple, nested loops, how you studied in the if conditions. Okay, the same way, okay, within a try you can put some try again, try and accept blocks. And within a major, this is the outer try, and inside that you have another accept block. So in this way you can write, you can just click on try it yourself, you can see. um, then you can raise your own exception. These are for the, suppose you are creating one website. This is the best example I told you. So number is, if the number is less than 0, obviously you have to raise. Let's consider this is the age. Okay, so age can't be negative, right? It has to be, obviously it is a positive. So that's why they're checking this condition. Someone user is giving this way like 1, so then you have to handle it, right? So sorry, no numbers below, no, none of the person's age is below 0, so you have to mention like 1, so or above that. So in that way you can handle. So simply handling this is like using this rise keyword, and you have to pass that exception. So in this way you are blocking the users. Okay, so in this way you're blocking the users or handling the users, uh, not letting them to in your own application. Or so majorly you are handling the things properly. So this try and accept, these exceptions will be helpful for you to deal the things in a better way. So so that's the advantage of this try and accept. Next we'll go to this user input. So till now we declare the variable and we assign something, we do the programming. So this is like we are asking the user to enter, so his name or age or something. So here I can give my name as Peruma, then hit enter. See, the username is this. So here what we are doing is, if you give the word as input, so it means like you need to take input from the user. So this is the keyword you are asking, you are using, and this is the way I'm passing my data. So after that, this data will be stored in this particular variable, whatever data I given. So in case, let's run again, like, let's try this again. So in this case what happens, so Let's take I given my name as 123. See, username is 123. But this is not the right case, right? So you have to give the things in a proper way. So how are you going to deal? So how are you going to deal this thing? So that's why you have to handle the error. So if it is a int, then obviously the person name has to be string format. It's not like int. So this is the one of the way to handle the errors. So using this try and except, and this input is like to give the data to the user, to take the data from the users in programmatical way. So now we are only focusing on 3 plus above. So 2.7 version is not required. So no one is using this Python below 2 versions. Okay. Next we'll go for the string formatting. String formatting is like the way you are accessing the strings. Okay. So to format it, like in this case, see, if I give like this f and after that whatever values I give, and it will be printed. The entire content, this will be printed. So we can do some placeholders and modifiers, etc. So you can see this example. This is a variable, right? So sometimes what happens, whatever value given in this variable, that will be printed like this. Or if I give some 69 or 79 or 89, so next now the value is like the price is $79. So this is a variable, so this will be modified. So the rest of the content is same. So in this case, this is the format you can put. So whatever value you are getting, suppose you are doing some okay, this is the best example. You're going for a supermarket, every individual bill might be not same, right? So the person whatever bill is, so it is a different for each individual. So someone will buy for $500, someone will buy for $100, someone will buy for $10. So it depends whatever product he was buying. So in the same way, so uh, you can't take the thing in a proper, like, so constant way, right? So you have to give assign to a variable. After the rest of the content is same. The price is this many dollars, this is same. Only the changing parameter is this price. So that's why you can put this in the placeholder, and whatever values you're getting you can pass here. So this is the way you can do the stuff. Okay. So if you want to print, so dot zero zero you want to put, so then in that case this is the way. If you put just dot 2f, then it will give zero zero at the end, like some sense will be there, right? So for in that case you have to give this 50 dot 2f. So that is a proper format, so to get the content in this way. Okay. So if you want to do with the two decimals, this is the way. And you can perform this mathematical operations also, but it will not required. And so whatever value you are getting, you can do some calculations also in this placeholders, this curly braces. And after that you can do some if logics, and those are not required. Okay, you can do the things in the top only. So you can just use this proper formatting purpose, just to use this in this way, so you can do this stuff. Okay. You can call the methods also. Whatever value you are getting, you can pass the method, you can get the response. And modifiers also you can do. So you can just see, so these are the different formats. So if you put the small f, you can get in the float values like dot zero zero. So these are the ways. Okay, you can just explore. But just remember this: there is a f is a string is there. F I can put in double quotes. It is a formatted string, or I can use one method which is known as format. In this way also I can access. You can just use a placeholder like this and use a keyword as format, and whatever value you are assigning, so that will be written in this format. Okay, you just need to pass that parameter there, and it will be this. It will the value will be present in this curly braces. So that's the advantage of this format method. So multiple values also you can do. So okay, so you can see here, we can check this example. So now I want dash pieces of dash items for this thing. So this is the way you want to print the thing. Then in this case you created one variable and you stored in this format, and you using this keyword format, and you are passing, you already declare the variables on the top. You are passing this first quantity, whatever value you given, so that will be present in the first braces. First this I want three pieces of item number is, this is another variable you declared here, 567. That will be go to this space, this particular place. Then after that, whatever price you will given, so you are converting that into dot zero zero, like, float format. So this is the order, guys. Whatever order you given, so those value will be go to this place. Or you can give numbers also, and 0 1 2, and after that also you can access, like, see. in this way. So 0, 1, 2. So this is like quantity will be 0, item on will be 1, and price will be this 2. This is also you can give. And also you can deal with 110 also. It's not like now in this case is what happens. One zero is zero, age is like zero, name is one. So initially his name is one, so whatever value you given, so that will be present in this. His name is John, and John is 36 years old. This is also way, so it's need not to be like uh, 0 0. You can initialize the square, I mean for the curly braces, and after that you can put the values, and after that using this format method you can access. Just click on try this and play with this yourself, and you can feel much comfortable. Okay, then indexing, this named indexing also, you can put some variable and you can do this stuff also. That is also common on the top also you can do. It won't be much interesting. Next, file handling. So it is like you can just simply go through this. This is not that much important now. Generally we are not dealing with file concepts. We are in terms of data science, we are using pandas module. There is a method known as pd. You can create some pip install pandas, and after that you import that pandas module. And after that there are methods like read csv and read excel. Those kind of methods are available. You simply accessing that pd dot read csv or pd dot read. So you are not handling file handling things there. So by default pandas module is doing the things for you. So but you can just understand, like if you want to deal with files, then these are the ways. Because you can use these keywords like open and modes, like so these are the different modes: read mode, append mode, write mode, create mode. You can see the context. Okay, you created one file. The name of the file is like demo file.txt. You're passing the content, and you're just reading the files, and you are accessing the content. How to do the stuff, those they are covering in these examples. You can just go through it. It won't be I'll say it is not important at this moment, I can say. So if you want to learn, you can learn. But majorly you need to understand about more about the pandas, so you don't need to worry about this, how to deal with files and how to handle this. So now at this moment no one is going through this. Okay, so I think that's it, guys. And we already, I think the python entire tutorial is done. So next we'll go with the python modules. Like I'll cover pandas and major packages. Then we'll cover this machine learning. So these are the next topics, and majorly my focus is on pandas and numpy. So if we cover both these modules, then like data, uh, like data analyst role, you can be fit for the data analyst role, you can go for it. And I'm planning to cover this sql also, and also after that I need to solve this lead code problems related to pandas model. So that is my current plan. I'm currently going through this, and soon I'll try to cover DSA also if possible. And I'm also learning actually in DSA. So let's see what happens. I think from this, I think we covered Python tutorial so completely. So next is like we need to go for these modules majorly for pandas. That's my primary focus. And once we cover pandas, then we'll see next things. And I hope you like this content, and I thought like you will learn something. So if you feel you learn something, or if you feel this content is useful for you, then please do hit like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Yeah. So thank you, guys. Thank you.